All right, all right. Without further ado, we got some things to talk about today. So, shalom, shalom, family. We'll be talking about some deep things. The main topic today we're going to be talking about is leaving right after the playlist we had talked about before. So, if you already know, we had made a playlist. Let me just quickly show that real fast before we dive into this note. We're going to start a new playlist now. We are going into the deep information of iron and clay. So let me just show something real fast on the playlist. Okay, so we made this playlist right here, the biblical academic origins. So we had talked a lot about the origin from the stuff of Adam and Eve going all the way to Abraham, to where the Israelites going to Egypt, right? So that's all the evidence of that. Then comes the transition of Joshua. So now we're moving on to Joshua, David, and some of those things, and we're going to bring some of the more what's the word I'm looking for? Bringing reality to the what they call mythology. And sometimes the mythology is all the idols and all the different beliefs, but showing the difference between God and all the mythology. God is actually the one that puts life in the blood and puts all these things that gives us the ability to find these things. So without further ado, we're going to dive in and get the process of what's happening here. So this note will be in the description. I'll add these notes afterwards, but this one will start off with the information of the northern steel. So first, Joshua rises up out of Egypt. This is important because we got to remember how the land looked before the Israelites come out of Egypt. So they was in Egypt, they was in Africa for like 400 years, came out, and then they're rising into the Levant. So let's start off with a read in Joshua. Joshua 17 and 13. Yet it came to pass when the children of Israel were waxing strong, they put the Canaanites to tribute. So remember that the children of Israel, right? This is going to be important. The children of Israel, right? Put the Canaanites to tribute, right? That means that the Canaanites were serving the Israelites. So the Israelites came out of the land, and then the Canaanites started serving the Israelites. But we got to know this, but did not utterly drive them out. So that means that the Canaanites would what? Still be in the land. So that's important. And the children of Joshua spoke, or the children of Joseph spoke to Joshua, saying, why have you given me but one lot and one portion to inherit, seeing I am basically a lot of people, right? And it says, it's basically saying, let me see this part, we got added on to there. All right. So basically, I am a great people, for as much as the Lord has blessed me till now, right? Because this is the sons of Joseph, Ephraim, Manasseh, right? They're massive and they're very powerful as well. But it says, Joshua answered them, if you be a great people, then get you to the wood country and cut down for yourself there in the land of the. Now, this is what's interesting. This is what's interesting. It's not about what they're called. It's more about what they're also linked with. It says the parasites or the parasites. I don't know 100% how you say that. Parasites, right? Parasites, something like that, right? And the giants. Notice how it says that there's giants with these certain individuals. Now, these individuals necessarily would just be a group that settled in the land of the Canaanites and everything, but it's interesting about what they're mixed with. Now, these individuals have an interesting mix, a very interesting mix, right? And it's letting us know here about that they had giants with them. Now, what does it tell us about these right here, right? It tells us that they had giants with them. So that's very important that they had giants with them, right? And it says, if Mount Ephraim be too narrow for you. So now they have to go down into an area. Now, what's interesting is we have to notice something about the land of the Levant first. The land of Levant at this time has a lot of different cultures. So before we dive in, let's get a kind of understanding of what the Levant would look like around this time. So we would have basically a lot of different multitudes that came down basically from the north that will come down here. And we're going to kind of express that before we dive in, because we got to talk a little bit about what's happening in Syria and Damascus. And this is very important. This area is going to play one of the most important key factors in the rising up of how you say David, right? You can see a land right there to here, right? So you're going to get some important areas from this area of Damascus. But we do have some interesting lines around this area. Just a quick flash through. We're going to actually point this out, which is going to be very important. There's going to be a major family that's in this land, but we also need to know something about this Iron Age 2 time frame. It's kind of mixed. It has a very interesting mixed culture. So Israelites are rising out of this area and they're going to be settling here, but some of their family is also here. We got to note which ones are their family. Why do we have to note which ones are their family? Because we had pointed this out before when we was trying to find out what was going on in that land, right? That was some major movements that happened in that land that we have to recall. That's very important for us to recall. So let me open up these notes real fast. And we're going to recall these real important movements. And we're going to point out the family lines there. So already on this little list, notice how many different haplogroups we see. Now, if someone's not comfortable with haplogroups and all that, as always, the reason why we have to look at them because God puts the life in the blood. So it's not something we can ignore, but it's something we should understand, right? It's something that we got to get a little understanding for, just a little bit, right? So let me just let this note open up and refresh it. Pop this note open so that we can have all the information we need right in front of us so we can go over this. Let this thing open up real fast. See if it's all right. All right. That one doesn't open up right here. I'll just reopen it. All right. I'll just let that sit for a second before I reopen it. All right, so let's kind of go in and get a little understanding of it. So you see these different haplogroups. Let's first get an understanding, and then we're going to make them how we do monophyletic. Why monophyletic? Because it's very important to know about. We'll point that out as we go. It has a lot of different mtDNA groups. I will already tell you that most of them are from the north. A lot of them are from the north. There's a massive northern migration. So a lot of groups in the north start to migrate, and we're going to express that. There's also a group that stayed in this area. We followed them from the culture of the Natufian and everything and different ones like that. It is going to be your E groups. So your E1B1 groups are very important. This one's going to be an E1B1B, but you're going to note that E1B1 families are going to be around this area. So we got to note that as well. Now, we already proven, if you've seen the playlist that we went over before, we already proven which ones we believe might be the Israelite lineages. So we're going to move forward in that understanding. So this little visual right here is very important. The reason why is because there's going to be a certain group that's going to start mixing and merging in the areas right here. The reason why is because this area actually makes a massive movement in the Iron Age all the way to the Levant. And that's going to be important because the Israelites meet the people of the Philistines, but the Philistines also hire many mercenaries. And a lot of those mercenaries actually are going to come from this far area, and they're going to be Mycenaeans. And first, we got to understand the ancient culture of them before. So Joshua, the Israelites, they're going to be meeting up with some very interested individuals, and we're going to be bringing out some academic papers on them. But first, let's talk about some cultures real fast. And just as I usually do, so that you brothers and sisters know, if you have any questions, let me know. If you want to see if we have any sources to talk about today, let's take a quick little scroll through, and I'm going to talk about them. So we're going to talk about some genetics in certain lands. We're going to talk about the Armana letters and the connections of the people in the Armana letters. We're going to talk about a little bit of the Phoenician connections. So that's going to be important for connecting those individuals. We're going to talk about actually how long ago iron actually was in the land. For example, what is called steel, Damascus steel. You know what steel is? We're going to talk about what steel is and actually what the records actually say when steel first started off in the land. Some people will be surprised to imagine that steel was actually being used by the Hittites. We're going to also talk about how, remember, steel is also iron. And we're going to talk about how Goliath had iron. And he had a giant piece of iron. And we found some of those pieces. We'll also talk about some of the evidences of David and how David had connections with the Syrians and what he did with the Ammonites and some of the nations all around. We're also going to talk about his effects and how the rise of Solomon changed the whole land dramatically. So I'm off today, so I got some time. We're going to talk about basically from the time of after the book of Judges to David, all the way to Solomon until the time that we get the kings. So that's what this is going to be. And we're going to talk about it academically. So we got some academic family trees with the academic years. If you know, I'm very pinpoint when it comes to like prophecy in these years. I don't just look for any lists. Like there's a lot of different lists with these things, but I want to find one that's academically accurate. And I always look for one pinpoint time frame, which is the time of Nebuchadnezzar, when Nebuchadnezzar comes in. A lot of people have to know that when Nebuchadnezzar comes in, he actually takes Jehoiakim in the year 599 BC. So that's very important. So that was a very important fight. We'll also talk about some pinpoint exact time frames with kings and their contemporary rulers that's spoken of in the Bible. We'll talk about those things. And we'll also talk about how the Assyrians came into the land and invaded in the lands of Israel. And that's important because the ties of the Arameans and Assyrians, and they're merging with different groups like the, the Hittites and the Assyrians. And we'll talk about some ties into where they go and then how some went into Africa. All right. So see, it's not a long note today. And as you can see, it's not too long, but it's deep. So we're going to get into it. All right. So with that, we're going to dive into this first thing first.
As ample copper deposits, the local smelting and casting of bronze means that Nuragic metalsmiths also needed tin, which had to have been imported offshore. It's believed that much of the tin used in Sardinia at the time came from the Iberian Peninsula, but some of it may have also come from areas around the Aegean. In fact, pottery dating back to the 14th century BCE, with both Minoan and Mycenaean designs, have been found on Sardinia. In many cases, the reverse is also true. Distinctly Nuragic bronze objects have been found in many parts of the Aegean and Greater Mediterranean region, implying that traders from Sardinia were part of several maritime trading networks.
All right, we're coming in hot. So that's very important. Notice that this area of Sardinia actually had connections with the Aegean. It had connections with Mycenaeans, with Minoans, with all types of different individuals they would have connections to. So that's going to have a lot of different connections of genetics there. So we kind of got to look at what's going on there. Why? It's because they're going to move to the Levant. But notice it says here, together, these signals suggest temporary and geographically complex post-neurologic genetic flow into Sardinia. So that's important. That's why we're looking at this video on the neurologic individuals. It says population history from the Neolithic to present-day Mediterranean islands of the Sardinia, an ancient DNA perspective. So it's giving us a little understanding on what was happening and the movements of those areas and certain genetic flows there. I'm just going to jump to the meat of the information that we want to look at here, which I already have right here, I believe. I'll just point it out. Matter of fact, I'll scroll to it on here because I don't have that screenshot. Let me just point it out on this. So the reason why I wanted to point this out is because this little picture right here is going to give us the whole summary right here of this little picture. It's going to give us the whole summary of what was happening in the lands from the Neolithic. So different groups we can see right here. You can see the dark blue right here will represent groups that would be in ancient Neolithic time. But as they constantly get closer, they turn to a certain culture. And that's why we're looking at this certain culture. But notice in this area here, you'll notice that it have a lot of this culture there. This culture here will start to land in this area. But we're going to notice something important about it. It's going to be kind of important as we see what's happening here. So this is going to be one of those transitions that's going to be important because they're going to go to the Levant. And their culture is going to go there as well. So real quick, here's an interesting picture of a nice summary of some lines that will be in certain areas right before the Israelites would, let's say before they're even out of Egypt. Before they're even out of Egypt, you can see who's like in the Levant and who's in these areas. And we have pointed out some of their family that should be in those areas, right? When we have pointed that out with some of these things. Let me see this one. I'm gonna try this one again, because I think this one was the one that was misbehaving. I'm gonna just close it. And going to try to open that again. Let's try that again. All right. I'll let that one reopen while I'm pointing this out. Okay, so you see those Mycenaeans and those Minoans, they end up going to this area. So the Mycenaeans, the Minoans, these individuals, different ones from the Aegean, they all start to dwell in this area. This becomes like a centerpiece where a lot of different individuals start tying together. So they're starting to tie together. So you can kind of notice it in the culture right here. These ones will start to tie into these little area. So that's going to be kind of important to note. All right. Let me just go down. All right. So this one was interesting because what they did, they took those cultures and they kind of took a lot of different aspects. This one I'm just gonna close, but it gave me this interesting understanding that I'm going to point out that we need to understand about the lands of the Levant at the time of the Israelites. So what's important is during the time of right before the 1000 BC, because we're going to point out stuff after 1000 BC, between 12 to 1000 BC, right, we've seen some major movements. And what's important is there's a R1b group that's important to know the difference between. There's a R1, you know how E1b1a and E1b1b are dramatically different? There's also a dramatic difference between R1b1b and R1b1a. And these are also dramatically different. And R1b1b is actually R-V88. And there's a different one, which is actually R-M269, which is actually going to be different than V88. The reason why is because, let me just point this out on why it is. Because the V88 actually takes a large portion of Africa and a large portion of Europe, but the R-M269 comes in a little later. It starts to basically bend through the area. The reason why I'm saying that is because they had an interesting genetic study in 2020. And when it was looking at about 17 individuals, what they had found out is that they had seen in those certain areas, those certain islands, that they only found a certain families. Now, this is also important. Now, we can always bring these to their nodes, but if we look at this detailedly, we can note something very interesting. We'll have some I2 groups there. We'll have some those R1B1B groups, some G2 groups, and a little more of those R1B1B groups, and they'll be settled around these areas. Now, what they also had noticed, I'm just gonna scroll down. So this is just that area that we were just talking about. But right before we get to the Israelites, we got to point these ones out because they're going to interact with them. You can see them right there. Now, some people may actually be familiar with these individuals already just by looking at a little bit of how they look. They're also tied with what are called the Sea Peoples. This is going to be kind of important. So the Sea People connection, right? So this is going to be kind of important to get an understanding of them because they're going to move into the area and they're going to make a major influence on the Israelites, and their culture makes a major impression for the Israelites. So that's going to be very important to go over. I think there's no, I'm going to close it and reopen it. All right. Let that open up. All right. Go down here. Right here, it says our genome-wide data allowed us to assign yDNA for 25 ancient Sardinian individuals. So there it is, R1b V88. So they said it got R1b V88, and then they got I2. So those are important to note, R1b V88 and I2. Those are going to be from the Sardinian area. And it says that as it talks about that area, right, I2 and G2 and R1b V88. And here we found each of those border haplogroups in at least one ancient Sardinian individual. Two major present day Sardinian haplogroups, right? So now this is what's important, the two major present day. So now what we see today, like we got to remember that the way the world looked in certain places in the Iron Age or Bronze Age looked different in like the medieval age and our time frame, right? When the Celts come in and different groups come in. There's some other groups that come in a little later. R1b M269. They're not in those upper Europe areas that early. That's actually very important, because let me just point this out real fast. It's actually very important because they actually become most of the Egyptians. That group is actually going to be higher in the areas of Egypt and Levant and Arabia. That's important. So R1b-M269 is more in Egypt, Levant, and Arabia, while R1b-V88 is actually going to be in the areas of Europe, and it's going to be in a lot of those Sardinian areas and in some of the Chads underneath Egypt. It may not seem like a big thing, but it actually is going to be kind of important as we go over this. Let me see. I got to make sure I'm seeing what's going on in my notes, because for some reason my notes, they were working all earlier. Now they want to be misbehaving. I might have to open it up on another tab so it don't be misbehaving. Let us see if this thing opens up. If not, I'm just going to open it up on another tab. I'm just going to see which one I need. All right. Let's keep on going. Keep on keeping on. All right. So now later, the reason why that's important, because something happens in the land of Joshua, and he deals with an individual from the coast. And it says, and the coast of Og, king of Bashan, right? Of Bashan, which was the remnant of the giants. Now, let me highlight that. So remember, we keep hearing about these giants, right? Remember the parasites and the giants, how you say that, right? Some talk about the, like the sea people. There's some different names for the sea people, like different names that sound very close, right? But let's kind of keep going. So that they let us know that there was giants there, which dwelled at Astroth and Edrei. Now notice these two names right here. You see these two names right here? We're gonna notice something here. Now we heard these names, let's find out what actually is said in some of the archaeological evidences. As it says, the rain, it talks about Og and everything. It says, and rain from Mount Hermon into basically Shalka, and in all Bashan to the border basically where you see some of the different individuals that will be there, into one of the kings of Heshbon, right? But let me point something out here that's really interesting. This was really interesting real fast. There are several other extra biblical references. The early 2nd millennium BC, Egyptian inscriptions texts name the people of Anak, right? The same title given in the Bible, right? Because those are the giants. Remember the people of Anak, right? Numbers 13, right? See what it says right there? Point that out real fast. See what it says right there? It says, and there we saw giants, the sons of Anak, which come from the giants, and we were in our sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight, right? So there were giants, and we're going to find out that there were giants. But let's get a little understanding. So we're saying that on an Egyptian inscription in the 2nd millennium BC, they talk about the Anak, meaning giants, right? So the Anak means giants. And as for the biblical giant Og, he is referenced in a later circa BC, 500 BC Phoenician inscription, the mighty Og. It says that the Phoenicians actually mention a mighty Og. The Phoenicians. It says Og was a king of Rephaim based on the Astra right here. You see what it's saying right there? Just like it's connecting with the scripture what we were just talking about. Just like he is saying there, right? It's saying that Og was also contested by other records. It also says circa 1200 BC, so 1200 BC, Canaanite tablet from Ugaritic mentions basically a certain king, Rapu, a king basically etymologically linked with Rephaim. You see what's going on there? How you said Rephaim, right? And it says, may Rapu king of eternity drink wine. It just talks about basically one of the individuals who is a god that rules at what? Remember that place that Joshua was just talking about real fast? Astra and Edrei, right? And it just let us know that on the inscription, it talks about Og and all these things and whatnot. And it says also calling him basically an idol and the god who rules at Edrei. So he was going there, the combination name, and just going with that Rapah, Astroth, and Edrei are a remarkable link to the biblical account of Og and Raphim. Can it even be reference to this king himself? So he's saying like all these descriptions and stuff is saying that this individual lived. He was around that area, right? It has been suggested that Og was simply a regnal title meaning man of valor, right? So it might be Og, that they beat Og, the giants of Og. They might have just been, they defeated men of valor. And I'm going to show you something that they might have been men of valor who stood by giant statues of war. So parallels other than Ugaritic and Canaanite titles, it says the list goes on. The list can go on the parallels connections that they have. Also on a papaya, I'm not going 100% I'm going to try to pronounce it. Anastasasi, the first, is an Egyptian literary text from the 19th dynasty. So 19th dynasty, that's great because 19th dynasty, that's the time of the Exodus, right? Right before the 20th dynasty, that's 19th dynasty, New Egypt. That's what Ramses and everything was going around. That's going to be around 13th century BC. It's a scribal training. So he got a scribe. They're looking at a scribal training sheet that includes numerous important historical details about the early Levant, including the names of towns throughout Canaan and Syria. Now, notice what's on the text. Notice something that's interesting on this text. Let me just make sure I do a sound check, see everything. All right, looks good. All right, so notice what's on the text. The text mentions a Levantan tribe called the Shasu. Now, this is really interesting. The Shasu and his warriors, right? This is really interesting because we had talked about before that the Shasu had similar ties to the Edomites, but that's something interesting about the Shasu is that the Shasu do have Edomites, but not all the Shasu are Edomites, right? Just like how there's Seir and there's Edom, right? Where does Seir come from, right? But let's go a little bit more deeper into it. The valley region is infected with Shasu, the writing says. Some of them are, watch what it says about the Shasu. Some of them are 4 cubits or 5 cubits from the head to the foot. Fierce face, their heart is not mild. They hearken not to coaxing, right? Now this is important. Watch what it says right here. So it's basically saying no one scares them. Pretty much, they're giants, and how tall they are. Notice the interesting thing that may not mean anything to a modern reader, but to Egyptian familiar with the royal cubit length, right? That was a truly impressive size. So this is actually very important. So in modern terminology, 4 to 5 Egyptian cubits, right? A 4 to 5 Egyptian cubit is from just under 7 feet to 8 feet. So they're saying that these individuals were about 8 feet 7 inches tall. It's like 8 feet or 7 feet tall. So you can imagine if the Egyptians seen people that were like 7 feet tall, 8 feet tall, and the Israelites seen people that were like 8 feet tall, and every single one of them was 8 feet tall, and they was well built, and they was warriors, they would have looked like grasshoppers to them. They would have looked at them with their giant, and also notice, we're going to point out something that's also important about that culture is that they got these giant horns at times just to kind of extend that height and everything. So just seeing them, and also we're going to talk about what they had with them, because this same group that we were just talking about here, when we was talking about them, they got some very interesting things that they have together. So that's why it says some things about them. Let me just point something out here. One more piece on this right here.
Huge changes
Now we got to talk about the change that happens here, because the change that happens here is why I was showing you this. So you see how I was showing you these little pieces and everything, and about this culture and everything, about its ties. I'll talk about some of the groups that were there and how big they were and everything. And then it talks about the Canaanites. Let me read this last piece. It says, and the children of Joseph said, the hill is not enough for us. And all the Canaanites that dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron. So now we know that they're an advanced civilization because they got chariots of iron. And iron was one of the highest basically metals to use in war. So that was basically the highest. It's like, if you had an upgrade system, it's like the highest, everything's upgraded to its finish, right? So it's basically, that's what it's saying here. So they got chariots of iron. They're suited up to the highest point. Both they who are of Bashan and her towns, and they who are of the valley of Jezreel. And Joshua spoke to the house of Joseph, even to Ephraim and Manasseh, saying, you are a great people and have great power. You shall not have one lot only, but the mountains shall be yours, and the woods and all these things. And it talks about driving out the Canaanites and everything, even though they had iron chariots. So he talks about Ephraim, Manasseh, you can still drive them out with the Most High, with the power of the Most High. But first, before we proceed, right, we got to get to this part, and then we're going to talk about what happens right after this.
As some scholars have even proposed that many areas had a sort of parliament that was composed of village heads and other influential people who would gather to address issues of mutual concern. It's also during this time that the construction of nuragis started to decrease, and pretty much by 1000 or 900 BCE ceased altogether. It was perhaps due to this increased prosperity, as well as Sardinia's strategic location in the center of the Mediterranean Sea, that around 900 BCE, various peoples from the east, especially Phoenicians, began coming to the island in greater numbers for trade and to acquire elements such as zinc and lead. Many of them ended up settling there and establishing small communities of their own. For the most part, their relationship with the local Nuragic peoples was peaceful and mutually beneficial. In 540 BCE, the Carthaginians launched an attack on Sardinia.
All right, so you notice how the Phoenicians have settled in this area. So what does that mean? That means that the Phoenicians have ties to that area. So this area here is going to have ties all the way to this area. So that's going to be very important that these areas are going to have connections from each other. So that means if this is connected to here, then that means that all of these would be connected automatically, because how can you get from here without reaching all of these areas? So that's very important. So that means that all these areas will be tied with the biblical narrative. That's very important. There's going to be important events that happens in the lands of the Levant. But first, we got a good idea of some key characters. We see that Joshua, all the things of the events are making perfect sense for those that are around. Just to show you that little piece, right? This is a really interesting little thing, Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology. And they're just looking at some of the real stuff that are there to talk about the giants in Canaan. So there are real evidences of giants being in the land of Canaan. So that's going to be very important to get a little understanding of with these things real fast. So I think it's going to be kind of interesting to note. But let's kind of dive a little more into. So remember what happens in the lands of the Levant. So let's also note that there are some other individuals in the lands of the Levant, like the Amorites who we talked about, but also those Amorites are going to be important because they're going to become some of the Syrian groups. So we're going to need to bring alive Syria because David actually gets famous from fighting with the Syrians. So let's kind of build on that. So remember, there's going to be groups over here that's going to be making their ways over here, and you're going to have Phoenicians over here in these lands. So let's first get an understanding of what's happening here.
Work of Akhenaten's reign and not necessarily. All will try to appease the pharaoh and try not to draw too much attention to themselves. Despite all this political intrigue, Egypt seems not to be that concerned with most of their Levantine vassals. This seems to be a quirk of Akhenaten's reign and not necessarily a general New Kingdom policy. After Akhenaten's reign, starting in the 13th century, there seems to be an increase or intensification of Egyptian presence and policy in Canaan. The land of Canaan certainly had problems the pharaoh could address. Under Akhenaten's reign, a new polity even developed called Amurru. This was situated on the Syrian and Lebanese coast between Ugarit and Byblos. The territory of Amurru was actually part of the Egyptian Empire until the local ruler Abdi-Ashirta began to break free. This separation continued under his son Aziru, who defected away from Egypt and allied with the Hittite king. It's possible this would not have happened without the pharaoh's neglect. The details of this are recounted to us by Ribhada, the king of Byblos. Ribhada is somewhat notorious amongst those who study the Amarna letters. He was the most verbose of all of Pharaoh's vassals. The pharaoh even says as much. On one occasion, the pharaoh sent him 1 letter, and Ribhada sent 9 in reply. He's told to fortify a city or to send a particular item, and Ribhada complains that this is an impossible request.
All right, so what was important about this little scene real fast that we're gonna have to go back to and understand? You see those Amaru? So we're gonna note those and the tie of them. Now it's important to know that the Amaru have a diverse amount of characteristics in them, right? Connections with different types of groups, right? Amorites and Arameans and different groups like that. They're gonna be kind of important to note with the Amaru. But also important to note that they're taken by the Hittites. That's going to be important because we're going to note something later on with the Hittites. So that red right there would be the Hittites.
Actually part of the Egyptian Empire until the local ruler Abdi-Ashirta began to break free. This separation continued under his son Aziru, who defected away from Egypt and allied with the Hittite king.
Boom, the Hittites. So ties with the Hittites are very important. They're going to have ties there because this is actually Egypt that stretch up here, and the Hittites had ties here until the sea people come. You heard me? Until the sea people come. You heard what I'm saying? That's important. Why is that important? Because this first kingdom of the Hittites and this last new kingdom of Egypt changes after the sea people invasion. That's when you get the Neo-Hittites or the new Hittites, which are actually invaded by Arameans. And there's going to actually be new empires that pop up in that land. That's going to be very important. So the Israelites, when they pop up in that land is new, change. A lot of dramatic things are changing after the Bronze Age collapse. It says ancient northeastern in 12th to 10th century BC. So this is actually going to give us some information in that land. This is going to be kind of interesting just to kind of point out. Let me just point this out here. Let me just show something. So what's interesting about this is that you'll notice that they'll talk about the Israelites. They'll talk about, we know there were no Israelites there. There were no Israelites. Then all of a sudden, Israelite culture pops up there and everyone's talking about them. Everyone want to talk about them. The Moabites are talking about them. The Egyptians are talking about them. Everyone is talking about them. There's no mistake that a new culture has popped up in that land and is changing some things. And most likely they must have had ties to early Mari. They could have had ties to early Mari. We'll point that out because we're going to point out the Arameans. Why is that important? Because you got to remember, Abraham was there in the Bronze Age. So that's like 1700 BC. And what's important about that is that Abraham does something in the scriptures. He sets his sons in different areas. He puts some in Arabia and he sends some to Syria. So that's important. So you're going to have sons of Abraham in the areas of Syria, somewhere even ties. They can even tie with Akkad and stuff like that because family ties from that area of Mari and stuff. And they also go into areas of Arabia. That's going to be very important to point out because we're going to get some things that's important to note. But notice what they say. Like for later on, we'll get some Israelites when they talk about the Moabites and they talk about what happens to some of the men of Israel and stuff. And later on, that's going to be something that's important to note, that in that land, we're constantly getting lots of talking about Israelites and stuff. But there was, what's the word I'm looking for? A lot of evidence that, what's the word I'm looking for? Let me click this and show something real fast. I'll read it while I show it real fast on this. I want to point out a little example on this little thing. All right. So what this is giving us that time frame when the Israelites are jumping onto the scene, right? It's let us know that at this exact time, Israelites are jumping on the scene. Let this thing load in real fast. All right. I'll leave this right here because I'm come back to it. Close this because I see I have an extra one of those open. All right. But the reason why is because it's basically, you know, the lands of the Levant are going at it, right? They're West Semitic. That's also important to know that they're West Semitic, that the groups that will be in that land will be West Semitic. That means that the ties that they have together goes deep to their basically their origins, to who they are. So that's going to be very important to know with these groups and whatnot. All right. All right. I'm going to have to open another note here. Let me see if I'm going to open up another tab or something. Because for some reason, I can't open up this other note. And I want to open this note up to point out what's going on in the land of Levant. Let that open up. See if it's all right. Now, the reason why I wanted to point this out is because of what's the word I'm looking for? The nearness of stuff. So this one, this server, I'm gonna probably open up on another one in a second if I need it. All right. So very important. So that's very important just to get a good understanding of that. Let me just move down because we just need to get a good understanding of what was happening in that land, the ties of that land. Now, this piece right here. So remember, we was getting an understanding of the Amaru in between Byblos and connecting with the Hittites and stuff. That's going to be important later on because we're going to note something later on with Hittites and the Syria and Damascus and stuff. But remember, a lot of different coastal areas are coming in. They're connecting with these areas while Joshua's coming there. That's why you get those. That's why it doesn't just tell you just Canaanites. That's why the Bible doesn't just say Canaanites. It says Canaanites, Perizzites, Hittites, all those ites, right? Because there's a lot of different mixtures that's happening in that land.
Most, about 70, come from a certain Rib Hada, the mayor of Gubla, better known to us as Byblos. Even at that time, Egypt and Byblos had an extremely long and prosperous relationship of over 1,000 years. Most of Rib Hada's letters to pharaohs Amenhotep III and later Akhenaten essentially contain the same message. Byblos is always in peril and in constant need of royal support, which, at least according to his letters, never really seems to come. Rib Hada's main nemesis seems to have been a certain Abdi Ashurta of the somewhat lawless and backwater state of Amuru. Abdi Ashurta and his sons harassed Byblos and other cities by recruiting people known as the Hapiru, also known as Habiru. The term Hapiru or Habiru is believed by many scholars to be the origin of the word Hebrew. In Rib Hada's time, it was a general term designated for people who had been uprooted from their lands and, having no place to really call their own, lived on the fringes of society. Though they had a reputation for being outlaws, many of them were simply day laborers or mercenaries. They were also easy and willing recruits for Abdi Ashurta, since he promised them freedom if they revolted against the pharaoh. Of course, this is what Rib Hada would write to the pharaoh.
So you're going to get some of those cultures that's going to be in that area. That's going to be very important. It's going to be very, very important for the ties that we were talking about recently. So it's going to be very, very important. Let me actually open this. Maybe I can still switch notes on this thing. Oh, cool. Okay, I can still switch notes. All right, let me point this one out right here. Now I can show this. Now the reason why I wanted to go to this is because remember, we was pointing out when the Israelites were leaving out of the lands of Egypt, that was an early development of a new culture there, a West Semitic culture that developed there, which showed a whole family tie, a whole group of family that were tied together, right? That's when we were talking about basically the evidence of Israel and Israelites and their occupation in the Levant. And we found out that it's without a doubt that they were standing in the Levant, right? Let me actually go up because that one is missing the update. All right, there it is. All right, let me point it out on this little thing. as I needed this one for that this updated one. All right, so you see right here, notice in the time frame right here in the 1000 BC, this is what we're going to start looking at. In 1000 BC, we start to get this Aramean start to pop up. So you're going to get these Aramean groups to pop up. Notice in this time frame, you got your Hebrews, your Moabites, your Ammonites, your Edomites, all of them pop up in this about the same time frame. So that's important to note for family ties. It's going to be very important to note for family ties, right? So I just put some extra meat here, some extra information. I'm not going to go too deep on these right now. These are just for later. This is just talk about certain sites, Iron Age sites in Syria. This is going to be for another time, but we're going to move through. So this is just some sites, different areas. And then it talks about the Aramean people. We're going to get into the details of them and everything. So Arameans, so Iron Age individuals. So we about to get it now into the Arameans. But remember who's all in that land too. So remember, also it lets us know, it says they were certainly not the only inhabitants. They shared this region with people with the Hittite ancestor. So very important. So Hittites were there, but also what happens later after the Sea People's invasion, as we know, it says we get the Neo-Hittites. So Neo-Hittites are going to be popping up in that area. That's a merge of those Assyrian groups. So very important with those Arameans, a connection of Hittites and different ones that will be speaking that early Aramean language, Aramaic, and some lingua franca with Akkad, with the Akkad lingua franca script that they had going on. That's important because that's what they were spreading when they was using the Armana letters. They were still writing in Akkadian. That's important because the letters that were written in Akkadian shows a difference between later, deeper Western Semitic groups that pop up. So that's important. So East Semitic, West Semitic. So Akkadian, East Semitic, then comes in the West Semitic groups that start to pop up in that land. So that's going to be kind of important to note. But that's important culture ties right there. All that's important culture ties. Let's see, this is all right. All right. Just seeing on this thing. Okay. Let me zoom down a little bit. So that's just some little highlights and everything. Also, a little highlight from got questions. Just if you want to know what is the significance of Damascus in the Bible. So why are we talking about Damascus and Syria and everything? One of the oldest cities in the world, Damascus was and still is the capital of Syria. And it's going to have some important things that happen in this land. For example, David. So David's going to have some major things that he's going to do in the land with the Arameans. So we're going to get a little understanding what happens with David and the Arameans and a couple of different things that happens in that land. All right, let's get into sources. All right, 2 decades of excavation at Tel Es Safi, which is Gath. So remember, we're going to first point out after, we're going to jump a little ahead and jump to the time of David, and we're going to talk about when he fights with Goliath, right? And it says, so at Gath, have uncovered a massive Iron Age Philistine site that served as a region's center of gravity in the 9th and 10th centuries. So what time did David live? About that time, right? Says Marie, how you say that? Mar, something like that. The settlement was destroyed by the Aramean king Hazael around 800 BC. So going to be some interesting stuff, an echo of the account of Gath, which is written in Kings or 2 Kings 12 and 18, right? But let me point this out now, why I'm showing you this. Because if David fought a giant, then we should find giant evidence. That's what we should be able to find. If David fought a giant, you know what we should be able to find? We should be able to find giant evidence. And let me tell you what they say. They say, who could move such things? So they found some big things there. They found some giant, colossal, let me just read it. Some colossal ancient structures found at Gath may explain origins of story of Goliath. So they found some giant structures that were found. Huge, massive structures that were found. Also, this little picture right here. I'm gonna leave this right here. It says, who could move such things? Only giants could move it. And that's very important. It's like they're thinking like, oh, well, someone must have seen those things and was like, whoa, those things are huge. You know, there must have been giants. But also remember, we just verified that there were giants in those lands. There were huge peoples in those lands. But we're going to see a little deeper on these things. So just talks about, when it talks about those narrative and everything, they say that apparently, watch this. Remember what I was showing you earlier? It says similar mythological narratives have developed at other ancient wonders. Like what? Stonehenge and Easter Island. Well, why is that important that they had similar legends of giants at Stonehenge and Easter Island? Well, let's take a look at Stonehenge and Easter Island at that time frame. Remember how we was verifying that the areas of the Sardinia was getting mixtures from other places? Polynesian Eastern Island, formerly known as Rapa Nui, is famed for its monumental giant statues. What they got there? Giant statues, right? Called Moi or Mai, which were created during the 13th to 16th century. So it's very interesting. Very, very interesting on those things. Very, very interesting. So this just talks about some of these giant statues that were found that were apparently at Sardinia. Remember we were just talking about Sardinia? So they just told us that at Sardinia they found evidence of giant statues, evidence of the residue of the type of ties to giants. As it says right here, Italy's Ministry of Culture announced that 2 more giant megatorsals have been identified by researchers. You can see right there, they found giants. It says, in this, it says 2 giants were covered with a giant shield, which has allowed the researchers to date them precisely to the time of David. That's basically what's happening there. That apparently there were evidences of giants, movements of giants, connections of giants that also had ties with the lands of Gath and, like we said, Easter Island at Sardinia, and getting some more connections at other places. Perhaps the giants of Monte Parma, Sardinia, also reflects the bodies and faces of ancestors who taught them how to survive on an ocean-locked island. So you see what it's saying there? It was an ocean lock, though. That's what, remember, we verified that early on, that they were spreading and leaving that area, that this area wasn't actually ocean locked. That's not an island that people weren't leaving. That's an island that, yeah, it had some illustrations of giants, and those giants may have moved off of that island and settled in other places. Let's go a little more into it if you don't believe that they were giants. Let's go a little more into it. First, let's get a little understanding of the Phoenicians, as this is kind of important to note first. So when confederations ran the Levant, so this is important before we start talking about the Israelites.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to this program, which, if you've been following the series on ancient Canaan, you'll definitely be interested in. In a sense, it's a continuation of that story. This episode will be the start of several programs on the Phoenicians. So without further ado, let's begin. First, though, let's clarify some basic terms. What we geographically refer to as Phoenicia encompassed certain cities of the Eastern Mediterranean coastal region that shared a common language, culture, religion, and sense of political solidarity. The terms Phoenicia and Phoenician are actually derived from the Greek word phoinis, meaning crimson or purple. Scholars aren't exactly sure why such a word was used to describe them, but it may have been due to a purple dye that was extracted from the murex shellfish found along the shores of the northern Levantine coast. The Phoenicians, though, probably thought of themselves as descendants of the Canaanite peoples of the Bronze Age. After all, they had much in common with their Canaanite ancestors. They more or less spoke a version of the same language, worshipped many, if not all, of the same gods and goddesses, and as far as we know, maintained many aspects of the same culture. Phoenicia was not a kingdom per se, but rather a federation of city-states that was each ruled by a separate king. In fact, It had been this way since the beginning of the region's recorded history. The most prominent Phoenician cities were Byblos, Tyre, Sidon, Beirut, and Arvad. Being coastal cities and lucrative trade hubs, Phoenicia attracted many different peoples from all parts of the world. One such group were the infamous Sea peoples, who according to Egyptian, Ugaritic, Cypriot, and other textual sources, ravaged the area and brought about what historians today refer to as the Bronze Age collapse of 1200 to 1150 BCE.
So you see how everything we said at the top so far ties up, like we was pointing out. That's why we had to first point out these Sardinians, right? We had to point out these individuals and tie the culture of them, right? We was tying their culture. We also could tie what they was seen to be highly connected to in their genetics. We also had tied their groups, and then we tied them to the Levant and how they were affecting the Levant. And then we also had tied them to the Phoenicians. Now, this is what's important is that, remember we had seen the Phoenicians had settled on Sardinia. So the Phoenicians had ties with these groups. That's important. So that means they were moving together. That's very important. So they can have ties to hire some mercenaries from far out from these to bring them to these lands. So these different coastal areas will have different ties. So that's very important. Why? Because we're going to note something about this land. We're going to note something that's very important about this land here. So confederations that had taken over this land. So that's where the Sea people were going to be. They're going to be important. So let me actually play his last part one more up to this 30-second mark right here.
Which, at least with regard to the Levant, brought about the end of Egyptian, Assyrian, and Hittite domination of the region. Egypt lost its empire in Asia, which was mostly in Canaan, and the Assyrians lost their connection to the Levant's lucrative trade with northern Mesopotamia. The Hittites, though, suffered the most, as their state was completely wiped off the map. Gone, finished, never to arise again. In place of these great powers, new political entities arose in the Levant, including Neo-Hittite, Aramaean, and other kingdoms, such as Israel, Judah, Edom, Moab, and the Philistine states.
See that? See how that led right to the biblical narrative? Right after the historical Bronze Age collapse, after the Sea people had invaded that area, the Israelites came there. There was new Neo-Hittites. There was this Assyrians that's going to rise up and take the area. These are all going to be contemporary. All these things are happening. But first, we got to note something about one of the most important individuals we need to know in the Bible, David. So let's first understand what's happening with David. We're going to jump a little ahead to, like we had said, there's some evidence of some things. But first, let's point out something. Let me first say something that's important to know. In the time of David, right, iron was being perfected so that basically even I'll just say this. I'll just leave it like that. I'll leave it at that. Iron was being perfected, right? We don't need a other part. All right. So in the time of David, iron was being perfected, as we know as Syria's Damascus steel. So very important to know when you look at Damascus steel, what is steel? Steel is actually still iron. So it's actually iron mixed with other material, but Damascus steel is actually like a fold of what's the word I'm looking for? Metals. And what's important about Damascus or steel, we'll break it down. What is steel? As Jeremiah 15:12 says, shall iron break the northern iron and the steel? Right? Can iron break the northern iron and the steel? Let's see a little bit of what is steel. Here's a great video, real fast summary of what is steel.
Watch. This is the first step necessary for making forged Damascus steel, a process that involves folding many layers of molten metal over each other. To begin production, a bundle of strips of different grades of steel with multiple bending and forging is welded together. This is usually repeated 32 or 68 times, but can even be bent further to create thinner layers. The goal is to bend together two different types of steel. One's soft and pliable, the other hard and fragile. The soft layer allows the knife blade to absorb shock and avoid damage, while the hard layer allows the knife to keep its head sharp. This two-layer structure allows the knife to inherit the characteristic of both hard and soft steels. Forged Damascus steel knife blades cut easily and hold their edge for a very long time. This Check this. Do you know what you're looking at? This is the process for making Damascus steel. The surface of this metal has wavy patterns that characterize objects made from this steel and are generated due to the manufacturing process. Damascus is composed of alternating high carbon layers with low carbon layers. This alternation in the blade ensures extremely high strength as well as remarkable and precise cutting ability. Subscribe and get wavy. Check this. Do you know?
All right, so got a good idea of the Damascus steel. So it's a high process of multiple different metals all merged together. That's why it got that little interesting wavy look to it, because it's a compression of different metals and everything. But what is steel? What exactly is steel? Before we start to go into the process of these things, let's go see a little interesting little video real fast, because I think this video is very educational.
Few fireworks displays are more spectacular than the drama that is steelmaking. The story of hot metal and cold steel is fascinating from start to finish, especially when seen through the experienced eyes of United States Steel. For our company, the story begins with a blast. As rock explodes and the raw materials of steel are tossed from the earth. The rock is taconite, and the prize inside is crude iron ore. We get at it by grinding the rock to powder and separating the ore with powerful magnets. Then we form and heat the ore into marble-sized pellets that will later be converted to iron. From bituminous coal, we create coke to fuel the iron-making furnaces. We crush the coal, seal it in airtight ovens, bake for 12 to 16 hours, and remove it from the oven as solid carbon fuel. The fuel and pellets come together in the blast furnace, where we add just enough limestone to remove impurities. From below, a continuous blast of superheated air combusts the coke, intensifying the heat and changing raw materials into molten iron. The focus then shifts to forming and finishing, which determine even more of the steel's characteristics. The first step in this sequence is to position the ladle above a massive tundish or funnel that feeds a continuous caster containing molds that shape the steel. The molten steel, now at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, is channeled from ladle to tundish to caster, where it cools to a red-hot solid.
All right, so you got that. So we are in a time of iron and clay. That means steel. That's very important. So very important. Steel is a mixture of different products. And for example, we're going to get an idea of the Damascus steel. But what's interesting is actually how old is iron? For example, here's a proposed sequence metal age model. What they did was look at if it was possible that there was an early iron age where they worked metal all the way back, said 7,000 BC. So they said that it's possible. And if we look careful in the scriptures, you notice that before the flood, they were working with iron, right? Cain's sons were working with iron and stuff like that. Now, that's important to know about. But the full iron age, where we get the Damascus steel and everything, actually pops up around the 1000 BC. So between 2000 and 1000 BC, we're actually going to get the Damascus steel. So that's important to understand that. A lot of people think the Damascus steel started around AD, or they think it started around 500. Actually, we're going to find out that the Damascus steel been here long time when the Hittites were here. So that's going to be kind of important to understand of the combination of steel. So remember, steel is going to be important to understand. Is just a combination of iron and everything. So ancient blacksmiths, the Iron Age, the Damascus steel, and modern metallurgy. So let's get a little understanding of the metallurgy of this. So you can see right here, to get a little understanding of what's happening here, this is just talk about basically when they're heating the material, why steel needs more heat and everything. This is a little picture demonstration of that. But we seen that on that little video. They was using a lot of heat to basically make this material. But ancient blacksmiths, the Iron Age, the Damascus steel, and modern meteorology. How you say that? But let me point out something that's really interesting, I think, on this piece of information that I think is kind of important to note about Damascus steel. So it just goes on and talks about that some of the Great Pyramids apparently had steel in it. So they talk about that apparently when they went into some of the Great Pyramids and stuff, they might have something inside of it, some type of not steel, not iron. They might have iron in it. So whether that was done earlier or later, it depends. But that's something that they actually have found what was going on there. But let me point out something that is a little more interesting, I think. There's a little picture later on during the time of the Indians, 300 BC. So King Paru is actually going to be meeting after he got defeated by Alexander the Great in 330 BC. You can see that he had received a sword, most likely Damascus steel, because the Indians in Persia, the Persians and the connection with the Indians, they started to create a lot of Damascus steel, a lot of steel they had, but they still lost against Alexander the Great. So that's something that's important to know. Continuing on, just to get a little understanding on what's happening here, right? So steel. So if you want to know like the ancient history of steel, they say the earliest known production of steel is seen in pieces of ironware excavated from an archaeological site in Anatolia. It says almost 4,000 years ago. That's dating 18 BC. That's a long time ago for some steel, to be using some steel. So that's really interesting because even to this day, steel is seen as some of the highest in industry things. So a lot of stuff still made with steel, the same way as ancient times, right? And you can see, just to get a little more deeper into that find, on the exact one that they're talking about here, the oldest finds of steel and everything, because that's pretty deep for steel. And to consider when was the Iron Age and all those things, or when was the age they would use steel and everything. I'll just read right here while this little thing opens up. Let me try it again real fast. All right. Make sure it's all straight. All right. So it just talks about this person, Heido, this archaeologist. He says at this certain museum, he says this: fresh finding led to a change in the history of iron and steel production, noting that such production was earlier thought to have begun in the Hittite kingdom during the 4th to 12th century BC. So you see how it says the Hittites had steel. So the earliest culture to actually use iron and steel will actually be the Hittites. This is actually important because it's going to tie in to who is the Syrians, because we just noticed the Amaru had an agreement with the Hittites. Remember we seen that the Amaru had an agreement with the Hittites. That means the Hittites, who also had iron, and seeing how those lands had iron chariots, a lot of them were working together, developing this dramatic iron, which was actually Damascus steel. So you can see right here, Damascus steel was actually a thing that later got famous, but it was being used. The evidence of it being used was a long time ago. So Damascus steel was being used for a long time. Just to get a good understanding of that real fast. See if this little thing opens up on this. All right, so just talking about some of that information, right? Oldest known evidence of steel, right? So oldest known evidence of steel, very, very interesting. I think very, very interesting. But steel is straw to basically to the sword of the Most High, yeah. So it's very important to know. So when David was walking around, steel is nothing compared to a servant of the Most High, right? For example, without chariots, you can go to the scripture and realize David didn't have any chariots. There were no chariots in Israel. Israel didn't have any chariots at their start when they first became a kingdom. David and Saul didn't have chariots. Why is this important? Because they get chariots by the time of Solomon. This is important. I'm going to point something out. So David actually took some things. He defeated a lot of nations that had chariots when he didn't have chariots and took their chariots. But let's talk about it. Let's talk about that. Now the Philistines gathered together their armies to battle and were gathered together at Shekah, which belongs to Judah, and pitched between Shekah and Azekah. How you say that? And this certain place, I'm not gonna try to pronounce. And Saul and the men of Israel were gathered together and pitched at the valley of Elah. Now this is really interesting. Remember that story of where Saul gathers and then Goliath come there. Remember we were just building up to that, right? Remember we kind of got a little small introduction. We was talking about some of these lands, and we was talking about what happened in those lands, some of those ties, right? We talk about Og, Bashan, and some of those things, and how they were giants there. Remember that we point out that in the time of Joshua, he was dealing with giants, right? Joshua was dealing with giants and everything. And then what happened later on? Then we're gonna get the time of David, and he's gonna deal with some things, right? We was talk about, remember we was talk about some evidences of basically giant structures that had ties with the Philistine structures at Gath and everything. And they talked about maybe giants had to move those things. And they also talked about at that area, they had giant statues. And they say that apparently the giant structures there would seem like they would tie with the Sardinian area that had giant statues. So let's get a little more deeper into there. Remember those giant statues? Let's see what's going on if those giant statues got into the land or something happened in the land and whatnot. Let's see. All right, so we go on and we read. It says, so the Philistines and the Israelites were there, and Saul and the men of Israel were gathered together and everything, and the Philistines were on the other side. And you know what happened, right? One of their champions came out. So remember that. Let's highlight that. There went out a champion out of the camp of the Philistines named Goliath of Gath. Note that. What is his name? Goliath. And where is he at? Gath. And what camp is he in? In the Philistines. And he had a spear whose weight was 6 cubits a span, right? And it talks about what he have on. What is his material that he have on? Notice his armor is what? Brass. Notice that. That's important. All this is important. We'll point this out. His armor is what? Brass. His armor is brass. So since his armor is brass, we know that. But notice something different about his weapon, about what he has. He just talks about his staff and everything. His staff is a spear, has a weaver beam and everything. And notice it says here, and his spear had the weight of 600 shekels of iron. So 600 shekels of iron. So what is it? His spear is heavy and is made of iron. So he's wearing brass, right? He has brass, right? So he's wearing brass. That's something that's important to know. That's what is going to be important about noticing about Goliath. So he has brass on, and he has an iron giant spear, right? And he had a shield also. So he came out to the army, and you know what happened with that. Let's talk about it. So we actually found a huge spear. They just found recently a giant spear, right? Some giant spearheads that they found. The biggest spear found in the Manash, hoard weight, basically it says 2.5 kilograms. It says 1 iron shekel is equivalent to 12 grams, and it just, which makes the largest Monash spearhead. So let's talk about the largest spearhead, about 160 shekels. So that's pretty heavy. That's like 6. And it goes on and says this pales when compared to Goliath's massive 600 shekel spearhead, 16 pounds. Saying that his spearhead was 16 pounds. So this man was a legend. But we see that they still had giant spearheads around that area. So, and they were made of iron. That's what's interesting too, is that the spearheads that were found were made of iron. That's really interesting. Here's 5 evidences of Goliath, real fast. So Goliath, we can go to Gath, and notice something that we know is about Gath. It's a giant city. We pointed that out. Remember, Gath is a giant city. Had evidences of that it had to be built by someone that was able to move some giant stones, someone that had some strength to it, right? But it's very huge. So they got evidence of that. Even some of the layers that says, however, the newly excavated layer beneath dates to the 11th century, whatnot. And it talks about it has a massive agriculture and whatnot. at massive structure, right? Massive structure that's in these areas. Okay. And then it also goes on and it says, right? It talks about the gates of Gath, giant size entrance. So that's one thing as well. It says also the name, right? Goliath. Remember we talked about the name Goliath, right? And it talks about basically in 2025, 2005, they found a pottery shard with writing on it, right? And what they actually found, they found basically this name on it, and it says according to Mair, how you say that? However you say that, these names are very close in spelling to Goliath. So it's saying that the names that will be on there look very close, similar to the name Goliath on there. And it says you can see other examples of these things and whatnot. And they say it's written in Semitic language. And what's interesting is that it's tying, as it says, as it goes on to the Proto-Semitic inscription and everything, it says the inscription demonstrates that circa 10 to the 9th century BC, names very similar to Goliath were in use at Philistine Gath. So that's very interesting that the similarity of the rare similarity of names in that language in that time frame being used in the Bible, which points out what's going on there, right? So that's very very interesting in that time frame with that, right? There's more to go on into that, but let's go a little more into it. So you can also see we had talked about some of those spearheads, so giant spearheads and everything. So we know we have copper spearheads and we got iron spearheads and stuff. So we got a couple different spearheads around. So very large spearheads that they found there. They say beautiful weapons and whatnot that they found in that area. So you can see what they got there. Some of the spearheads that they will have there, very massive. For example, look at this one, 27 inches. 27 inches, this one, 27 inches. That's what that is. It's a massive spear, right? Very, very massive. Obviously, the one that Goliath had would be a reward. Someone would want that, probably have melted it down or something. That would probably be something that they want. Remember, David took Goliath's sword. They also found Goliath's armor. Let's go back over here. So remember, Goliath's name, Goliath's spear, Goliath's armor of brass, right? It's very, very important. Let me make sure I also add. Right. You can see right here, I want to make sure I pointed that out, that was made of iron. Because remember, his scales are going to be brass, but his spear was made of iron. So you can see these spears right here, these spears and everything that we have seen are going to be 1 iron shekel and all these different things and whatnot. So you can see what's going on there with the iron spears. You got bronze armored scales. Look at this one. It says ridged copper plates identified as armor scales. So look at this, just like what it says with Goliath. What it said he had a helmet of brass on his head, and he said he was armed with a coat of mail. So what is a coat of mail though? If you know what a coat of mail, if you know about like medieval armory, you know what that is, right? It's basically with nice covering, nice sewed on metals to have a nice protection. It says the weight of the coat was 5,000 shekels of brass. Notice that. It says he also had other brass pieces on. So notice that we can see a nice layout of these copper plates and everything. And it says, oh, indeed, when we think about it, when we look at all these things, we have a lot of ties. We can have Goliath there with his plate armor, him with brass, more higher grade than this copper, and other ones with lower grade copper plates. And so Goliath would have been the what? What did it say about him? The champion. So his armor will be the higher grade armor. So finding a plate of armor like this in that land, just like how Goliath would have plates of armor, shows similarities. So we see a lot of different similarities for the Israelites to deal with Goliath. Also, remember, Goliath had what? 6 fingers and toes. Remember the scripture said he had 6 fingers and toes and everything? Well, 2 examples of basically at the 13th century, so after the Exodus, 13th century, BC appeared on clay, pretty much writing, pretty much. What they have found was this. They seen that on the collection shows a man with 6 fingers on his left hand. So they say that they got a picture that they have found that would actually express an individual with 6 fingers on his left hand. Now, I had talked about this before, that it's possible that the Phoenicians may have went to America, right? They went to Spain. They may have also went to America. Now, I say that even in the BC time frame, it's possible. Why? Because we found ancient artifacts of Phoenician writing in America. That's very important. They may not be 100% like some people connected to Israelites. They may not be Israelite. They may more be connected to Phoenicians. Maybe they settled across the seas. And what's interesting about that is that there are people with 6 fingers in the ancient lands of America, if you don't know. Just pointing out, not America, Brazil. Just point it out real fast. Here it is. It's almost like hard to miss out, but here it is. Ancient people of this place, and pretty much what do they have? Six fingers and toes. So you can see right there, you can count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so that's something that's kind of interesting in itself. Well, I'll leave it like that. So, but remember, it does say something very specific of Goliath, that he has those aspects to him, right? So that's something that he does have. And it also says that in Egyptian writings, there were individuals with 6 fingers that they've had shown in some different areas and whatnot. Also, we know that giantism, it says mutations that lead to giantism. If Goliath had giantism, and remember, Goliath had a family of giants. They could have all had a similar mutation, the mutation that got them 6 fingers and giantism. It says mutation that lead to giantism in humans may also result in extra fingers and toes, right? So sometimes it could be a disadvantage, but if not, it could be a high advantage. We know that also evidence of David fighting Goliath, evidence of Goliath being killed by a sling stone. We can see inscriptions by the Egyptians that, for example, this Egyptian relief showing a person with a sling about the time of David, close to it, and he has a sling stone. So that's kind of like a tool what David would use who had killed Goliath. He would have used a sling, right? That's evidence that the Assyrians were using sling stones too, but theirs were more like a cannonball style. But David picked up 5 smooth stones from the brook. But these are like prepared stones, more these ones. All right, so just to get like nice little understanding on those little things. So lots of little evidences of the connections of David and Goliath. I also have a little interesting thing to play of David Goliath, but I'll skip this one. All right. All right, so very important. So a time of iron and steel versus the Most High God. So very important. So speaking of historical connections, let's actually go a little more into that area of Gath. So a little more into it. So 2 decades of excavation at a certain area of Gath have uncovered a massive Iron Age Philistine site that served as the region's center of gravity in the 9th and 10th century. Right, says Murray. The settlement was destroyed by the Arameans. So remember we had pointed that out just earlier, right? Very important to go over that, right? So we had pointed out those giants and everything, evidence of a giant city, whatnot. Very, very interesting. If in fact, this is what they say. If in fact David did confront an opponent in single combat, most often identified as Goliath, this would more or less be the time of this early Iron Age phase of the city of Gath. So proper evidence for the rise of David. But let's go a little more into David, because David actually, he ends up doing a thing in the lands of Damascus. So now we're going to get into the information of Damascus. So any questions, let us know and we'll go over them. First Chronicle 18:3. It says, and David smote basically one of the individuals of the land and everything. He basically went all the way to the Euphrates. This is really important. Let me highlight this. Notice establishes the borders of Israel all the way to the Euphrates at one point. That's really important. Now, he doesn't move Israelites into those areas, but he makes them contributaries. This is important because this is also what later nations do. Babylon, Syria, and other stuff like that. They take control of territory. So David is expanding the territory. It says, and David smote also the different individuals of the area, as it says, as he went to recover his border at the river Euphrates. So that's very important that he actually takes some areas by the river Euphrates, right? And David took him 1,000 chariots. Now notice what he took. This is actually what we want to highlight. This is what we want to highlight. Notice what David took here. And David took, here's where he get his chariots, 1,000 chariots, 700 horsemen, 20,000 footmen. Now, why is that important? Because the chariot part. This is the first time that Israel as a kingdom gets chariots. And why is this important? Because David, by getting chariots, he's going to have a stable. He also gets horses and stuff. So now he's going to develop a strong kingdom and everything, right? But it says he reserved him 100 chariots, and it says, and when the Syrians of Damascus, right, came to successor, one of those different individuals, whatnot, David slew of the Syrians 220,000 men. So David ended up fighting the Syrians. Then David put garrisons in Syria of Damascus, and the Syrians became servants of David and brought gifts. So notice that David made the Syrians become servants. That's going to be important because we're going to come back to that. And the Lord preserved David wherever he went, and David took the shields of gold that were of the servants of that individual and brought them to Jerusalem. All right, let's go down a little bit. Now let's kind of point out something. So what did David do when he went to Syria? As it says, and David got him a name. And David got him a name when he returned from smiting the Syrians. Right? So he got him a name when he went to go Syrians. How did he get him a name? Let's look at some interesting archaeological finds with the Syrians and David and his descendants to see how he got him a name. So if he got him a name, remember, during the time of Solomon, the Levant was pretty much in a way at peace at that short little time, that short little 100 years. The Levant was basically in a settlement period. You notice because when you look at the Sea People's invasions, yeah, a lot of the Levant fell, but a lot of it started to become basically just people migrating into that area and settling down. It started to become kind of peaceful, and it became super warlike after the Sea People's invasion. Started kind of settle down after that, after the Bronze Age collapsed. During the Iron Age, early phases, the Levant was kind of calm. It was kind of calm, kind of, right? To say kind of calm. It's going to always be wars, but it's kind of calm with Solomon living around there. But notice this interesting thing, Jerusalem, right? This is actually really interesting about this structure. It says a sepulcher of a king's head dated about the time of David. Dated about the time of David, 3,000 years ago, has set off a modern day mystery as scholars try to figure out whose face it depicts. So scholars, you're going to see, be careful with this head that you see here, because a lot of people, they're going to name him whoever they want to name him. They're going to say, oh, he's this, oh, he's that, oh, he's this or that. But watch when we put the keys together carefully. So 3,000 years ago, right? 3,000 years ago. But notice what it says right here, the bearded figure's hair is pulled back in thick locks that cover his ears. So what kind of hair does he have? Thick locks. What kind of hair? Thick locks. And is held in place by a striped diadem of gold. Now, why is this important? Did I point this out? Let me make sure I point this. Let me make sure I point this out on this thing. Let me go up real fast. Let me make sure I plug this up. Let me make sure I point this out, because what's also important to know about this is that when David had slew the Syrians, He later slew the Ammonite. He slayed a lot of individuals, but he ended up getting a crown. He ended up getting a giant crown. And the reason why it's important because this individual has a crown on his head, and he's in a certain land, in a land that was said defeated by David. And the individuals in that land were made to serve David. They were made to serve David. So look at this. Take a look at this head right here. There's a little piece of art that they have going on right here. So this is a find that they have found, and we're going to talk about it in depth. So we're going to get a little understanding of it before we do. Just make sure, see, and quite all right, good. Everything's good. All right, so it says this location is very important because it suggests that the site may have shifts hands between polities. More likely between who? Between Aram-Damascus and Syria. Wait a second. Let's go back up real fast and get a good understanding on why we're pointing this out, right? What did we just find out about David? That he went to Syria, right, of Damascus, and he went to the Syrians, and they became what? Servants of David, and brought him what? Gifts. So they brought him gifts. And we know that the Lord preserved David wherever he went. But we know that he what? Got him a name. Who got him a name in Syria? David. He got him a name after he returned from spying with the Syrians. Where's this little thing from? Let's take a look and get a good understanding. So it's letting us know that it has connection with Aram-Damascus in Israel. At the Hebrew University, archaeologists, this person right here has said who was the head of that study and everything. It says the guy kind of represents what it says, almost like a genetic way or a generic way Semitic people are depicted. So he's saying that this person is Semitic. So he's letting you know that that king is not just a king, he's Semitic. And notice he has a crown on his head, a diadem with jewels, right? That's going to be very important when we point out something in information. It says the sepulcher depicts a man with long black hair and a beard, right? Who's wearing a yellow and black headband. So you can see what's going on there. So what kind of hair do he have? Black hair and a beard. All right, that's important to note. Remember, we had pointed out what did the Israelites look like based upon Lachish? When we looked at the ancient studies of Lachish, they were Egypto-Nubian. But it doesn't keep on going. It says, who is wearing a yellow and black headband? He is dark. He is what? He is dark. Almond shaped. So he has dark almond shaped eyes and a serious expression. So that's very important. So we got a couple. Why is those important? Because those are going to be characteristic information about what did the Israelites look like. Now you got to remember the reason why he looks like this is to the limit of what they had seen by some of the color that had weared away. So this is kind of like heightening the color, right? So he could be, who knows what tone he could have been, whatever, right? But this is important. It says Abel Beth. I'm just going to jump down to a little part right here. It just talks about a certain area of the city. What it's talking about is a certain city right here where this was found. Let me just point out. This is where it was found. So this individual found it, right? He can see that the findings, you can see the black still there, some of it weared out. You can see the individual. Look at him. Look at his face. Look at his lips, right? That's important to know that they found him, right? That's going to be something that's going to be important because it's going to tie together the information of the Israelites and Aram-Damascus, right? So as it says, it just goes on about the industry in the Iron Age. See 1 Samuel 13 to 19. Let me copy that so we can go to that scripture real fast. Here, watch what it says here. Now there was no smith found throughout all the land of Israel, for the Philistines said, lest the Hebrews make them swords and spears. But where do you think their smith was? If there was no smith in Israel, where do you think Israel had got a lot of their iron later from? Because they're going to have iron. Israel's going to have iron that they're going to transport to Jerusalem from Syria. And they're going to use that iron to destroy the Ammonites. they're going to use that iron to destroy the Ammonites. We're going to point out. So that's that little picture I showed right there. Let's get a little more dive into this, because I think this find is incredible. I don't see a lot of people talk about it. So you see right here, where is this, right? Remember we was talking about this, the colossal origins of Goliath, Gath. Remember this was talking about David, right? And everything. All right, talk about that little image, right? Some places give him different names. This one says King Hazael, right? The one of Assyria and stuff. I mean, not Syria, the Arameans and stuff. But rather, instead of trying to say that they assume that's who he is, you got to look at it very carefully at the information. So let's take a dive into the information on these things real fast. But this is just a little bit of the area. See, there's the find. It also had other stuff there. Look at that jar, some ties to different groups. I thought this little thing was interesting. I don't know what it is. Kind of reminds me of the shape of Africa. I'm not really exactly sure what it is, but it's really interesting. All right. So as you can see, that area was in the area between Israel, Lebanon, and Syria and everything. So the Arameans and David. So Arameans and David's ties. So who is that? Who would those actually have events with? As it says, it would be all the way 3,000 years ago, not 2,800 years ago. Actually, it would be 3,000 years ago. So it would be with the Arameans and David. So that might be the first ever evidence of David that the Syrians actually were serving under. So let's see what this person says.
My talk today, one major insight we learned is that there were a few peaks of occupation, including Middle Bronze Age 2 from about 1800 to 1550 BC, Iron Age 1 from about 1200 to 980 BC, and, somewhat surprisingly, Iron Age 2A from about 980 to 830 or maybe 800 BC. Why surprisingly? That's the point that I would like to focus on now by putting Abel Beit Ma'acha into the geopolitical context of that portentous time. The Iron Age 2A city contained many impressive public buildings. Among them is this large storehouse with at least 5 long rooms. This plan is similar to well-known Iron Age 2 structures at sites such as Israelite Chatzor and Megiddo that are usually interpreted as storehouses or stables for horses. In one of the rooms in the building, we found more than 35 complete storage jars, all locally made at or near the site. One of them bore a Hebrew inscription in ink with the name Benayo. The theophoric ending of this name, Yo, indicates that this fellow, possibly the owner of the storehouse or a local merchant, had an Israelite name. Another impressive Iron Age 2 edifice is this massive structure that we define as a citadel, occupying the highest part of the tell in the north. While not quite the same architectural plan, it can be likened to a large citadel built at Chatzor at around the same time. This complex contains several prestigious items, such as this beautiful Phoenician bichrome storage jar imported from Lebanon, and our prize find, the head of an elite male or a king made in a unique style out of faience. It looks colossal in this photo, but in fact, it's only 5 centimeters high and probably was attached to a body that is now missing. Today it is exhibited in the Israel Museum. Another interesting find from the Iron Age 2A was a jar containing 406 Astrogali bones.
All right, so this is an interesting little video. So what they're saying here is basically, a well-crafted figure was described with long black hair, right? With long black hair, a beard, and a printed headband. So very interesting, right? So everyone's kind of seeing that that's true. Here's from that place, right? So it's from this place right here. You can get a good understanding of where it's at. So up here, right? So remember that the Israelites, they came out of Egypt, Africa, and then they stretched around, and later on they're going to go through Edom, Moab, Ammon, and they're going to settle right here, and then they're going to develop the Israelites in this little area. And then up here, you're going to get the Syrians that will be settled up there in the area close to Damascus, right next to Damascus. So that's going to be kind of important to note with these things. So very, very important to note when we think about the ties with David and whatnot, and the Arameans, right? It says right here, 2 Samuel 10:6, and when the children of Ammon saw that they stank before David, the children of Ammon sent and hired the Syrians. Who did Ammon hire? The Syrians. Who did the Syrians serve under though? David. David's going to have the Syrians under him. But notice the Ammonites, why do they stink? What do you mean? What do you mean they stink? Like they smelled before David? No, their ways were repulsive before David. And we'll note that by noticing their practices, the Ammonite practices. They were doing abominations. And the children of Ammon sent and hired the Syrians. So that's important. Who did the Ammonites hire? Is the Syrians. Is that going to be good for them that they hired the Syrians? And it says it hired a lot of them, basically a lot of them and everything. So if we notice in Aram-Damascus, what happened there was that, let's take a look here, what happened. So the Ammonites hired the Arameans, the Syrians. So the Ammonites hired the Syrians. So all these were basically coming together. So the Arameans had connections with the Syrians, and they're going to basically want to fight with David because they were paid by the Ammonites, right? Kind of like what Moab did when they tried to curse Israel, right? But this is later on, the Ammonites basically hiring the Arameans, pretty much, and they try to fight with those individuals. Here's another one, just to kind of get a little understanding. Remember, David's going to go up to Euphrates. Here's the Euphrates. This is going to be important because there's also going to be Syrians that's going to be stretching up here to the Arab Euphrates. And that's going to be important when we think of like the river of Aram and stuff like that, or the river of Syria, which is also the Euphrates, things like that. This area is actually going to be talked about in the Armana letters and whatnot. What's actually mentioned is some other things, as it says, Aram-Naharim is also mentioned in Naharim of the Arameans, also mentioned as Naharim of the Arameans in the El Armana letters. So you can see that's important to let us know that these individuals have a uniformal understanding that they were be settled in the area of Mesopotamia, right? So that's going to be very important to get an understanding of that, right? Now let's dive in on what's happening here. So what happens? What happens a little bit later after that? We see it says, and Joab fought against Rabbah, the children of Ammon, and took the royal city. So now we're going to notice, where did David get that crown? Or why did this image up here in Syria have a crown? Why is there an image of a man, black hair, black eyes, and Semitic look, and a crown in the lands of Syria? It says, and Joab fought against Rabbah of the children of Ammon and took the city. And Joab sent messengers to David and said, I have fought against Rabbah and have taken the city of waters. Now, therefore, gather the rest of the people together and encamp against the city and take it, lest I take the city and call it after my name. And David gathered all the people together and went to Rabbah and fought against it and took it. And notice what David did. And he took their king's crown off his head, the weight whereof was a talent of gold with the precious stones. So remember the precious stones? And it was set on David's head. All right. What was on David's head? A giant crown of gold with precious stones. What was on this individual's head right here? As it says, a striped diadem of gold. So this individual who actually would have ties with the Syrians had a giant thing of gold on his head, and he looks like a Shemite. He looks like a king over them. So that's very important to kind of get an understanding on what's happening here. But it knows, he says he took their king's crown from off his head, and the weight thereof was a talent of gold with the precious stones and set it on David's head. So it was on David's head. That golden crown was on David's head. And notice what else? What did they have in Jerusalem at that time? So also this kind of interesting when you note. It says, and he brought forth the people that were therein and put them under saws and under hews of iron, and under axes of iron. Remember, there was no smith. Remember that it said, what did it say about the lands of Israel? It said there was no smith. There was no smith found throughout the lands of Israel. So where's he getting his iron from? Where is Israel getting his iron to destroy the Ammonites from? And it says, and made them pass through the brick kiln, and thus did he to all the cities of the children of Ammon. So David and all the people returned to Jerusalem. So you see what's going on there, what's happening there and everything. So now what's also important, right, what's important is that when we notice what's happening in that land is that the Ammonites and the Syrians are the ones that had the iron. So he's putting them to their own works. That's what he's doing. He's putting them in their own, the works of their hand. This is actually a common scripture. What David is doing is a common saying of a scripture, right? Giving them the reward of their hand. That's what he's actually doing. He's giving them the reward of their hand because what happened there, whatnot. So let me just point this out. This is a little paper that's basically talk about some interesting highlights. This is what the Ammonite city looked like. You can see off the city of waters or the area of water. So you can see they're around this water, Ammonite territory. So there's the Dead Sea, and they're off the Jabbok brook or something like that, river. And you see how they started to grow there. They were starting to develop in these areas. So that's important to know. But notice this. That's kind of interesting to note about these areas. Right? We know the Ammonites are there and everything. But notice, remember the time frame of David? So time frame of David, 1000 BC and everything. We know that there was indeed villages there, right? The number of sites in Ammon jumped from 20 in one time frame in Iron Age 2. And then Iron Age 1A, right? Transferred to about 669 to the Iron Age. Excuse me. So pretty much what it's saying is that it increased. I guess that's the best way to put it, is that the area, long story short, is that it increased with a lot of different people. So we know that Ammonites were there and they were growing, but they weren't wiped out. So just to kind of make that understood, that David didn't wipe them out. Most likely what David did was eliminate probably the highest of them, which were the most wicked. So the most skilled, the most wicked of them, that was probably what he had destroyed there. So that's very important to get a little understanding. What is the significance? Yep, that's great. So you see what's going on there in that land. So there will be Shemites in this area. So first, let me zoom right up so I can quickly, as always, if there are any questions, we're going to touch on them. So I'm going to answer this question real fast. As you know, we do touch on a lot of different haplogroups. That's why we had touched on this, because we like to touch on the reality of things. What is the significance of haplogroup T? Well, the importance of haplogroup T is actually knowing its origins. Because a lot of times, there's a lot of different conclusions on who are the Israelites. Is J the Israelites? Is T the Israelites? Is E the Israelites? Is R the Israelites? Is G the Israelites? You know, there's a lot of different haplogroups. But one thing that we actually note about T, if we look at his origin before the Israelites come out of Egypt, we'll notice something about T, and that T actually would have a lot of high areas around Germania. And they become later on like a later society of the Vandals and things like that. But it's important to note that they actually would have some areas in the far north. Now, what's important about like haplogroups and these certain groups and whatnot is that it's not that, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not that just because someone, let's say someone is one of these groups. Like for example, in this group, notice what haplogroups we got here. We got I, we got R, we got G, we got J. If we wanted to make them what's called monophyletic, we have to connect them to their node. So how do we make these monophyletic? Notice a G there. What connects G and J? GHIJK. So an ultimate node called GHIJK that brings them all together. The importance of T is that T is also one with GHIJK. So that's important. So IJK actually makes a mass diverse of families, and LT is actually highly related from K-M9 with R groups. So that means that they will be highly related with that. So that, I guess that would be a summary of that. We can go a little more detail into it, but I'm gonna set that aside for now because we got a couple more stuff to go into. But I think that is a great example to go into. That T would be a family that divides from its node families. That you have to find when it starts to meet those E groups. They meet the E groups early. They meet the E groups early, the T groups. T and E meets fairly early from the Natufian culture in the PPNB, but that's more like that's Neolithic time frame. We'll make a live with some Q&As and talk about some of that. That's great. That's a great thing. Go a little more detail into the genetics and everything. Great question. So, in the land of Ammon, also what's interesting about that, since we're talking about that haplogroup, let me actually point something out with that real fast. Let's take a look at the lands of the Levant during the time of the Israelites and during the time of the Arameans. And remember, the Hittites come down. Notice up here where Syria is. We'll notice that we'll actually have like some of those J groups that will be up there, right? And notice we also got a T group. See that T group? Now, what we got to understand is that we got to realize if we got a T group up here and J groups up there, we got to remember the family ties, what happened here. Remember the importance here is that you got to also look in Armenia, because remember we had connected the Hittites, which if you don't know, the Hittites have connections to the Hurrians too, because of Mitanni. A lot of things with Mitanni and stuff. But if we look over here, we'll notice something that's kind of interesting that we should point out. So notice the I groups over here in the Caucasus Mountains, close to the Caucasus Mountains, well, about in the Caucasus Mountains. And you'll also have your J groups here. So your J groups will be high here. That's very important because they came down during the Coraxes invasion and the Hurrian invasions that had taken off. So it's very important. So you can see what's more up in that area. And then they're going to be making their ways down here. We're also going to point that out. But the T groups, they meet with those E groups. That's actually what they were meeting with some of the E groups around those areas. So that's going to be kind of important to note. So there's that T group right there, right? They had some, as you can see, the mtDNA. If you follow the T group, what is mtDNA? It'll tell you the truth, that the T group came from Europe after dividing from his father's lineage, K-M9, after it divided from his other lineage, node LT. So that's just important to note. The reason why we're showing that is because this area, remember, it had connections from groups over here. So you see, we're going to actually note that certain lineages will be on these little islands, but we have pointed out which ones will be there and whatnot when we just point out some of these groups. But a lot of the groups over here are going to settle in this area over here. But I don't think there's a T on this island. Rather, the T will be settled around Armenia and in the areas of Germany, ancient Germany around the Rhine River and everything. That's one of those. I'm not going to look for it right now, but they're going to be up in these areas. So that's going to be important to know. With other Indo-European lineages, other lines of Indo-European lines. So up here, you're going to have a lot of different lines. So link it by his node, and you'll find out who they would be. You link it by his node. So IJK is a major family tie on that one. Amen. 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 Just to hit that highlight. If you want a little more on that, I'm gonna make let me not close that. I'm gonna make a Q&A later, and we'll go a little more into it. But great question. Great question. Genetic questions are some of the best questions, I think, because they get us into more depth. The genetic questions get us into more depth. All right, so why did David, remember how I said he came there and he destroyed the Ammonites? Why did David do that to the Ammonites? Remember, what did the Ammonites do? They tried to hire the Syrians. And then David basically went to the Syrians and made a name for himself. So the Ammonites tried to hire the Syrians. So Ammon tried to hire the Syrians. And when David heard about that, he attacked them. He attacked them and destroyed them. And he put some of them to the work of their hand, the work of their own hand. Why did I say the work of their own hand? because if they had brick kilns and they had iron saws and all those things, they were doing what classic idol nations were doing when they start tying with the Canaanites, with the Baal worship and whatever names they want to call them, and sacrificing babies and stuff. Here's an example of the religion of the Ammonites and everything. I'm not going to go into it, but the Ammonites did some crazy stuff. Let's just say that they had idols, and they had Baal, they had their idols. Right? That's the best way to put that. But they were following with the Assyrians. We know we know that by the evidence, the Ammonites had ties with the Assyrians, and later on, they had ties with the Syrians and the Assyrians. I know that sounds weird when I say Assyrian. Assyrian or Aramean. They had ties with Assyrian or Aramean, and they also had ties with Assyrians, which are going to be important with Neo-Assyria, which is going to come there. But the Ammonites, they became massive idol worshippers, and we're doing all types of madness in that land. So as we had talked about before with Ammon and everything, with their officials with Assyria, it just talks about some of the seals that they had and everything. But it says, since the traditional stamped seal and everything is from Syria and Assyria and everything, some of the ones they found in Ammon and whatnot, but they know that Ammon has ties to Syria and Assyria. So that's just something to make it simple on that. But as you know, if they had Baal and they had all those things that were tied with Baal, you know what they were doing. So that's why they stank to David, because of some of the stuff they had going on there. But they also had other idols that they named, right? They try to use the name of God, El, right? They're basically the ancient day. Ammonites are the ancient day, Ottomans stuff, their religion. All right, so let's get up, but let's get understanding. David, after David, Solomon actually got with an Ammonitis. So just so people don't be like, well, they must know separation of Israel and the Ammonites. Yet the scripture said that the Ammonites and the Moabites can't merge with Israel, but guess what? The Shemites mixed. A lot of Shemites start mixing in that area. So that's important to know, that Solomon may have got with an Ammonitis. If she was an Israelite in the lands of Ammon, that would be something different. So that's important to know. Was she an Israelite that lived in Ammon that joined with Solomon, or was she actually really an Ammonite? Either way, she would have still been like a Shemite, and they would have mixed together, but that was not allowed. But that happened. That's something that we got to note, that's something that happened. All right. So before I scroll down, let's take a quick scroll at what we just looked at. Remember, we just proven that David existed and evidence of Goliath and everything. So that's a classic story when he was young. Then when he grew up with his brother at arms at that time, go down, scroll right to it, so you can look at that. Remember how David took some of those chariots. I'm gonna scroll back to that one, but let me go to this read first so we can point this out. So Joab, so remember one of his right hands at arm, Joab, massive warrior Israelite in Judah, was basically fighting with a lot of nations. He took Ammon, right? He also took some Edomites and stuff like that. We'll point out, which is kind of important. But this is actually important that we notice in 2 Samuel 12, we notice that he takes the Ammonites. So we notice in 2 Samuel earlier on, and 2 Samuel 8, he already had the Syrians on his side. So when Ammon tried to get the Assyrians or the Syrians, when Ammon tried to get the Syrians of Damascus or Aram of Damascus to fight against David, they messed up. It's like a Muslim hiring a Christian to fight Christians. It wouldn't even make sense. You know what I'm saying? That's what we're seeing here. We're saying that the Ammonites went to the Syrians who were already under David to see if they would rebel against David and fight. And he went there and put them to the blade. That's what happened there. When he went there, he put them back to the work of their own hands. And that's why it says it made them pass through the iron and stuff like that. But there was no smith in Jerusalem, right? So he put them to the work of their own hands. That's very, very important to get an understanding of that. But also it's important to know that the process of the iron that was being made was being forged around those areas with Ammon and Syria. As remember, we've seen the Hittites had iron and stuff like that. And those areas had iron and whatnot. So very, very important. So that's what we were just looking at, that David went into his area and basically controlled this area for a little bit with the Syrians. So the Assyrians, not the Assyrians, the Syrians and the Ammonites were under David, with the Edomites too, other stuff. But then we're going to notice the time of Solomon changed. So now that you got all that understood, all that's the evidence of David. So if someone says there's no evidence of David, I beg to differ, because that's just a tip of the iceberg of how much evidence there is of David and of the culture ties of the groups that come together. So you see, all that was just one little chunk real fast. All right. So evidence of David that we just seen there, evidence of the man David and what he did in the lands of the Levant. All right, so then Solomon came there. So what's important, remember, we had seen that this area here, right, had ties over here in the area of Phoenicia. We know that apparently in that time, Solomon had trades with Arabia from Sheba. Remember, Sheba came there and she gave him a bunch of gold and everything. Remember, that most likely would probably connect Punt, where Ophir is, the gold of Ophir or not. Remember, he sent people into Ophir to get the gold and everything. So he could have sent people into Arabia and could have sent people into Africa to get gold, because he had a navy on the Red Sea. So Solomon had a navy on the Red Sea. So that's very important. So he had a vessel of ships. Why? Because notice how high up his kingdom reaches, to the Euphrates. Remember, we have figured that out, that when David, going back to that real fast, right? When we have pointed out what David did right there, remember, he fought with the Syrians and everything, but he also took the territory out here, the river Euphrates. So his area reached to the area of Euphrates. So that's important. That's the tips of Aram, pretty much. So right here, Mesopotamia, David would have been past here of Aram-Damascus, right up in these areas. So that's gonna be the area of Solomon. So Solomon's area would be these areas here. So a twist off into the ancient lands up there. So very, very interesting, very, very important. So you can get a more detailed kingdom of David and Solomon. So David had this area, Solomon then reigned, and he had all these areas. So that's obviously a massive increase from just Saul's kingdom. So here's just Saul's kingdom, as you can see there. Saul's kingdom would just been like about that. But then David expanded it, because he fought with the who? The Arameans. David fought with the Arameans. The Syrians. David fought with the Syrians, and he went all the way to the tip of the Euphrates. And he also took the area of the Ammonites and everything. He also had subjected the Edomites and a couple different nations around. So he subjected this whole area. David subjected that whole area when Solomon got there. So when the trade was happening, there was a lot of trade. Now, what's also interesting, remember in the scriptures, it talks about him having basically a place with horses and stuff. But let's take a look here real fast. And King Solomon made a navy, right? Ships in basically this one area, whatnot, at the shores of the Red Sea. Man, we have seen that in the lands of Edom. So going down Edom, right there, Solomon would have had a navy right there, going off into the water, so he would have been in control of these seas. So Solomon would have been able to go into the Red Seas and everything and whatnot. He also has shipmen and everything that in the service of Solomon. And he also says he went to Ophir. So remember how we seen on that little map what was Ophir? He had ships that go down the Red Sea, and he had to go to Ophir. So Solomon already had residence in Ethiopia. So this is why I say E1 B1A has to be the Israelites, because if you really look at the actual fossils, actual real ancient finds, the oldest E1 B1A is in the areas of here, and that's important because it's not like it's a Neolithic find. It is not like it's even a Bronze Age find. It's all Iron Age. E1 B1A has a lot of Iron Age movements, right? For example, let's zoom out and take a look on this little map here. Remember, this is everything in this time frame is between 2000 and 1000 BC. The blue and the yellow dots is 2000 and 1000 BC. I'll throw on 3000, 2000 BC just to have that on there here too. just to get a good understanding on some of the ties around these areas. You can see right here in this deep area here, one of the earliest ones is one we was talking about with the description of the Jotanites. Now, if you don't remember, let me actually rephrase this. When we was talking about the spread of the movement of the early Semitic groups, and we had pointed out something that was very important. Besides the fact of the Arameans that tie with the areas of Urkesh and during the rise later on with some later Mesopotamian areas from the areas of Mari and stuff, where we had pointed out that we found most of those groups were E1B1B groups, right? Like this little paper right here. You can see on this thing, right? E1B1B that was found there, another E1B1B that was found in the areas of Mesopotamia, right? So Mesopotamia, right? That's important to note on these things. We'll point out something of that and why that's important. Because in the areas of Mesopotamia, there was also some V88s that started popping up in that area. V88 is E1B1A, the earliest E1B1A, before its divisions, M2 and E1B1C. So that's very important to note. But we did note that the genetic information of the Jotanites and everything, we know that they had went into the areas of Punt, down to the areas of Punt. That means that that family of the early Semitic groups, and if you notice, the Semitic family, Afroasiatic, the Semitic groups went down into Arabia, into Ethiopia. So that's actually very important to know when looking at some of these pieces of information, because that's going to tie together some major things, some very, very major things that tie a lot of things together. So let me actually point this out real fast on here. All right. So here's a little, first I'll read this little thing. So you can see even almost 4,000 years ago, you can see 18 BC, Jotanite tribes entered South Arabia, right? That's very important. And they went down into Punt. This one we have talked about before when we talked about the Jotanites going to Yemen and then migrated into where? Into Africa and established themselves into Abyssinia. So that's very important to know that early on, right? We will have Jotanites going down there. And then we have pointed out how he talked about the Jotanites became the Sabaeans, which also this, let me actually point that out. This actually talks about how the Jotanite tribes entered Arabia and everything, and they became the Sabaeans, as you see right here. As a result, which the second or the Sabaean empire of A was formed from the Jotanites. So Sabaeans have a formation with the Jotanites. And we have found out in a genetic study when we was looking at some of the information of different groups and everything, we have found out something kind of interesting that we noticed with the Jotanites when we was looking at the Sabaeans and everything. And this is what we had seen. Let's see, where is that? When we put out the Sabaeans, right here. All right, so basically we was talking about some of the groups, the Semitic groups that migrated down there and everything. And we just point out that indeed, for the evidence of those Semitic groups around that time, it would make sense that they would enter into the areas of Ethiopia and whatnot from South Arabia, which were mainly Sabaean or Sabi. And that's going to be very important that we just point out before, right? Just to quickly go do that real fast. That's going to be something that's important to note, that this area will have groups that will tie in these areas. That's why if we notice in these areas, you'll find a lot of those like later E groups that be settled in these little areas. So if Solomon had ties with these areas, that would tie all these areas by 1000 BC, without a doubt, even though we know Israelites were been in Africa. But that's just important to know about the biblical story, because the details of the story does still include Africa, even East Africa, deep Africa, Egypt, and the Levant. So this Fertile Crescent and the areas that we have to realize is the areas of trade. So very, very important to know. So very, very important to note with these things. All right. So that's what the Israelites had ties with. So by 1000 BC, they could have been anywhere, because guess who also fled into Egypt? Jeroboam of Israel, who the Most High raised against Solomon because he had rebelled. went into Egypt. But before he does that, as we see right here, we're going to note that, let's go back up and realize what David did. Remember, Israel did not have chariots until David did something. Remember what he did? He smote the individuals at Euphrates and the Syrians. And what did he bring? He brought horsemen, horses, and chariots. So that means that the chariots actually comes from that conquest that David did. And we got evidence. Let me show you some interesting evidence of horses. So here's some interesting evidences of horses. We want to kind of get a little understanding of some horses that are found. Let me just point it out real fast. So I think this is kind of interesting. All right. So as it says right here, this is going to be in the areas of like ties with Moab and stuff, next to the areas of Israel and whatnot. But the reason why is because where Solomon got his horses from, right? He's going to get his horses from certain areas and whatnot. But you can see, obviously, they had practice and everything in Iron Age Jordan. So in Jordan, right, they're going to have some interesting connections there. But they had horses there, pretty much. They had statues of horses. But apparently, some of them started worshiping the horses and whatnot. They might have. Or they might have just had those horses there for symbolism. But this is what it says. Recent excavations in Moab with a focus on a certain area. The chapter investigates the symbolism of horses and rider, of a horse and rider depicted on an ivory scarab and the large number of horse figures found at this certain area. So it's letting us know that in this certain area, let's scroll down a little bit. In fact, they found out that these figures was in a lot of areas. And it was in a lot of different areas. For example, here. But they found out the same horses that was over here in Moab were found all the way in Jerusalem. So they found that there was a connection of the ones over here are going to be found also over here. There's going to be some major ties that's going to be found in those areas. That's going to be kind of interesting to point out real fast. But it says 2 ancient horse figures discovered by basically mushroom hunters. They was hunting for mushrooms, but they found horses. Interesting find. Local after basically winter rain or not. So they found some horses. They're like, well, found some horses. And they traced them back all the way back. And they went all the way back to the time of Israel, exactly in the time frame when David started getting horses and bringing them there with chariots. As it says, chariots are mentioned in several ancient literature accounts, including Pharaoh's pursuit of the Israelites in Exodus and whatnot. But the Israelites didn't have chariots. When they left in the Exodus, they didn't own any chariots. They didn't even own any horses. So where's he getting these horses from? From the areas of the Syrians, from Mesopotamia. So you can see that they're got some designs of horses and everything. So they seen some horses. All of a sudden, they have a interest of horses. Notice what it says this. The Akko horses harness and ears were made from separate pieces of clay, right? So you can see what's going on there when it's talk about the tail Akko, right? Because where are they from? They're from the areas of Syria and Mesopotamia. So we're getting an interesting understanding of these Iron Age horses that's around that area. So Moab now got some horses and they're interested in these things. So it's very, very, very important to get an understanding of these things, right? Let's keep on going to get an understanding. So highlight the decorations on the heads are characteristic of Iron Age 2. So mainly the time after David, right? So Solomon had horses, right? Red paint was used to detail the horse's rein and harness and everything. It talks about that. And Iron Age, it says they were the Iron Age feature. So not Neolithic, not Middle Age, but Iron Age. They start getting information of horses, right? And chariots. It says we talk about chariots mentioned in other places and everything or not, right? So very, very, very interesting stuff. Why? Because 2 Chronicles 9:28, it says, and they brought to Solomon horses out of Egypt and out of all lands. Where did Solomon get his horses? Out of Egypt and out of all the lands. So all the lands were giving stuff to Solomon. So look at that. That's a person right there with a shield on him and a horse. So this person's he's a horseman. So he's riding on a horse instead of a chariot. So remember, a chariot is a little different than a horseman. So a chariot is like a war machine, war tank machine, right? Horse are like war animals, but with the chariot, with the cart tied to the animal, makes it a little more advanced, right? So as it says, equating military might with cavalry and chariots appears in the biblical text. I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. Horse and rider has he thrown into the sea. Right? Very deep, very deep. Just get a good understanding of those horses and whatnot that was in those lands. That's just a good understanding of what was happening there. So definitely got those horses in the 9th century where Solomon will be there. So makes sense exactly when David conquers that area and gets the horse. Evidence of horses start to pop up in that land. Let's kind of get a good understanding on why I'm saying that Solomon must have got horses from all types of lands, because a lot of people were highly interested in horses in the Iron Age. The newly found temple, who roughly says 150 pretty much worshipers of Yahweh. So this is really interesting, but also use idols to communicate with the divine. So, hold on. Now, remember, when the Israelites were rising up, did not they start becoming idol worshipers? Yes. As it says, was in use during the same period in the first temple. So they actually found out that the Israelites may have been idol worshipers, but they did find out that evidences of ancient things. But ancient outlaw temple discovered in Israel. So why I say outlaw? Because there were some temples there that might have been Israelites, and they might have been doing something they probably shouldn't have been doing. But we did find out that they did find evidence of basically idols there. Now, where they were worshipped idols, let me point this out. Where these idols worshipped, they were made in images which were not allowed, but they were also in Israelites area. But we don't know if they were worshipped. They might have been. But as it just says the Celtic finds in the courtyard include a stone-like altar on which animals were sacrificed, and their remains discarded into a pit dug nearby. So they found a place where they were sacrificing the animals and everything, and they found some clay figures and everything. It says a horse-like figurine may be the oldest known description of horses from the Iron Age of Judah. So Iron Age Judah got some depictions of horses, right? So they see that they're going to have some of those things and whatnot. That's really great, because that lets us know that Judah had horses, right? So just like we see with those things, we see that if Judah had evidence of these figurines, if they can make these figurines, then they had a lot of horses around. Someone was motivated by these horses that they just recently got. Someone was very motivated by the horses they just recently got. So very important. It says the horse-like figurine may be the oldest known descriptions of horses from the Iron Age of Judah, the researchers added. So it's very important, right? Why is that important? Because you're going to start noticing some interesting culture ties. Remember, David fought against the Syrians at the Euphrates. What's also interesting is that they actually are the ones who were doing that, who was doing that first, who was making images of people riding on horses. For example, the Euphrates handmade Syrian horse rider. So you can see right here, Euphrates handmade Syrian horse rider, right? Basically, this is just basically someone holding a child or whatnot. But they also had images of horse riders and whatnot. That's going to be something that's kind of interesting to know, that they would actually have, what's the word I'm looking for? Lots of evidences that they were the first doing that. And that's why they might have some inspiration from some other sources. Let's look at this thing. According to contextual data, these figurines are attested in some Middle Euphrates sites during the mature Iron Age. So you see what's going on there in Euphrates too. In the archaeological context, these artifacts usually come from upper layers dated from the Neo-Assyrian period. So it says usually they're the Neo-Assyrian, so they were still using them. But the origin of this production may be identified at the end of the Neo-Syrian period, so the mid-18th century. So, but we've seen them all the way in the time where Solomon was there. So very important. But this is letting you know that all those figurines were actually found in all these areas. Everywhere, every dot you see here, all these dots, all those figurines that you've seen in Moab. Remember when David went up to Syria and fought against the Euphrates and the Syrians, and then took those horses. Then he took those horses and brought them down into the lands of the Levant. That's when Moab started doing that design and everything. But these were already had those designs because they already had a bunch of horses. So they must have had some inspiration in basically making those. It says figurines excavated in Syria from the Iron Age II, and provides some reflections on their dates, right? Geographic distributions and interpretations. So as we see, that's why they say those figurines found in Syria basically adds to the understanding of those horse movements. Connections again to Assyria are Aram-Damascus and the Levant, lower southern Levant, where David was. So who was up there in the north? The Hurrians, the Assyrians, right? Babylonians, right? Aratu, right? After the Mitanni and everything. You got obviously Meshach and Tubal, right? Meshach, Tubal, the Indo-European nations of the Hittites and everything, right? And they're going to also have some of the Semitic ties in these areas, in Damascus and stuff, right? Bashan and whatnot. Remember we talked about Og of Bashan, right? You got Mahdi up there, Media, right? Very, very important. And then you got your Arabs off in this area. With the, remember we talked about the Jotanites? Jotanites, right? Jotanites, so very important, right? Jotanites into the Punt. Jotanites into Punt, down to Sheba, down Yemen and everything. That's why we talked about those Jotanites real earlier. Jotanites, the areas of Arabia, right? Family ties of Israel and Judah with the Ammonites, Moabites, and the Edomites with the Syrians that would be over here, the Arameans, whatnot. So very, very, very interesting. Now you got a good idea of that land and everything, right? How that land goes about and everything. Here's an idea of it from that time frame we was talking about, from where David rises. So there's Edom, Moab, Ammon, the Amorites, or the Amorites, the Arameans, right? Who speak Aramaic and everything. They got connections to Mitanni, right? So that's very important, right? They pushing up there. Also we'll have connections with the Hittites and everything, the Syrians. And also remember the Phoenicians. Remember we connected that all the way to that island, that these areas will be highly connected. And there's Israel next to the Philistines, the sea people. All these will be highly connected, right? So very important. Until the West Semitic group settled there, the Edomites, Moabites, Ammonites, Israelites, and some of the Arabs, Medianites, right? Medianites. And you will also have your, Ishmaelites and whatnot, which fuse with the Edomites, with the Medianites, whatnot. Very, very, very interesting stuff. Let's read a little bit of what happened. What's going to be the major important thing before the rise? What happened when Solomon had sinned? If you know, how did Solomon sin? He started to worship. Remember, he married the Ammonites and he started to worship the Ammonites' practices. He also blended in with the Egyptians and started to become a little corrupt. That's why the Most High said not to marry them, because of that tie, that family tie, he may have felt compelled to build idols for them, which he did. But then the Lord, it says, and the Lord, 1 Kings 11 and 14, and the Lord stirred up an adversary to Solomon, Hadad the Edomite. This is important. What is Hadad first? He's an Edomite. Where is he going to go? We're going to point out as it says. So what did he do? He was actually 100% the seed of Edom. And what happened, for it came to pass, when David was in Edom, Joab, captain of the host, was going up to bury the slain, right? He was slaying all the men of Edom and everything, for 6 months he was slaying the men of Edom, right? So it says for 6 months did Joab remain there with all Israel. So in all Israel until he had cut off every male of Edom. And it says that Hadad fled, he and certain Edomites of his father's servant. So they fled into Egypt and everything. Note that also with another individual was going to flee to Egypt. So Hadad was a little child and everything. It says, and they arose out of pretty much the area they left, pretty much what happened when he basically moved into the areas with Pharaoh. So he went to Egypt with Pharaoh, and Pharaoh liked them. He gave him a wife, just like how the Pharaoh gave a wife to Solomon. Pharaoh also gave a wife to the Edomite. That's going to be important. And so that's going to be a tie of these individuals. He lets them stay there. But then when Solomon rised up and David died, Hadad heard that David died. This is actually important. And when Hadad heard in Egypt that David slept with his father, so he's died, and that Joab, the captain of the host, was dead, Hadad said to Pharaoh, let me depart, that I may go to my own country. And the Pharaoh said to him, he said, why? Don't you like, why you seek to go to your own country? You don't need nothing here, you can stay with me, he's basically saying. And then it says, and his sister, he had a son there and everything. So this Edomite is going to have family down there and stuff. It says, and when Hadad heard in Egypt, right, when David died and all that, then he asked, he's like, oh, you don't need nothing, all that. I'm just going to jump down. All right, so right here, notice this part right here that happens here. So remember how the man of Edom has said that he wanted to go and get his own country. And then we're going to have a part right here of an individual named Rezon. So God stirred up another adversary, another one, Rezon, the son of Eladah, which fled from his Lord pretty much from that time when David was slain, whatnot. And he gathered men to him and became captain over a band when David slew Zabah. So David, who fought Edom and the areas of Mesopotamia, some of their sons fled and they came back for revenge. And they went to Damascus. It says, and they went to Damascus and dwelt there and reigned in Damascus. So that's important. Where are they? In Damascus. So they went to Damascus and they reigned in Damascus. So Solomon has an enemy in Damascus. He has a couple of enemies in Damascus. And he was an adversary to Israel all the days of Solomon. So you can see right there. So where was he? Where was that individual? He went to Damascus. They went to Damascus to dwell therein, and he became an adversary to Solomon. So very important. Why Damascus is important? Because of the mischief that Hadad did. And he abhorred Israel and reigned over Syria. So Edomites in Syria. Very important. You see what's going on there? So Edomite in Syria, also the Syrian of Euphrates in Syria. So what does that mean? It means the areas of basically some individual over here, the Edomites came out, right? They would have been basically in the areas of Egypt, right? Came out and he would have dwelled in the lands of Syria. Another one in the area of Mesopotamia, he fled and he came back to Syria. So now you got a combination in the lands of Syria against Solomon because of the errors of then. And then it says, and Jeroboam the son, one of his sons and everything, we know what happened with him. As it says, Solomon sought there to kill Jeroboam. So Jeroboam is going to be the first leader of the division tribe of Israel. So the northern tribe of Israel, Jeroboam actually was in Egypt, right, with one of the kings of Egypt. And he fled into Egypt and whatnot. So that's very important that he settled there. But let's take a little interesting understanding of this. So remember that individual of Edom, Hadad, that was an individual who was in Egypt. And guess what? We have an inscription of him and evidence of basically where he had settled at. So this is very, 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 very interesting.
Full of interesting stories. Its history is mythological and made up with no archaeological support. This series is dedicated to those who need help dislodging that dubious claim. So today we're going back to the 9th century BCE in Syria, and we're going to look at a passage from 2 Kings chapter 13, verse 3. The Lord's anger burned against Israel, and for a long time he kept them under the power of Hazael, king of Aram, and Ben-Hadad his son. Now what we're looking at here is what is most likely a statue of the same Hazael, king in Syria. And it turns out that the Hazael mentioned in 2 Kings chapter 8, chapter 10, chapter 12, and chapter 13 was an historical person that we can account for based on archaeological evidence. What we're looking at here is called the Stele of Zakur, which mentions both Hazael and Bar-Hadad, his son. This is a royal stele discovered in 1903, southeast of Aleppo, in the territory of ancient Hamath. And its text reads in part, I am Zakur, king of Hamath and Luash. And then it continues later on that Bar-Hadad, son of Hazael, king of Aram, united against me 17 kings, and goes on to discuss some sort of battle. The text is broken off in pieces, but what it does say is it does mention Hazael, king of Aram-Damascus, king of Aram, or in Syria. And it mentions Bar-Hadad, his son. And in Hebrew, Ben-Hadad would be son Hadad, and then Bar-Hadad would be just an Aramaic version of Ben-Hadad. So we have some confirmation of King Hazael and Ben-Hadad from archaeological evidence, but also from the book of 2 Kings. I hope this was interesting and encouraging to you. But remember, the question.
All right, so that's important that it let us know that Aram-Damascus, just like we see that individual that first Hadad get there, and then all of a sudden that became a major problem of Israel. So a major problem of Israel, Aram-Damascus, right? Later with Rezin and different individuals, right? Occupation dating especially to the 8th century BC. So now we're gonna work our way to Kings, and we're gonna end it at the understanding of when the Kings divide. Then later we'll get into the Kings stuff. Occupation dating especially to the 8th century BC has been uncovered in almost all excavation areas explored so far. Thus, this is actually important because what they're actually looking at is the Arameans, right? It says talk about the Aramean settlement encompass the entire site with an estimated surface roughly corresponding to that of the 2nd millennium BC. All right. So it lets you know that indeed, when we're looking at some of the areas of Syria, right, it lets us know that indeed those areas would have Syrians. Like they would have obvious evidence, just like the scripture talks about the Syrians and the ties of those groups and whatnot, after the 9th century BC. So it goes into those groups and their ties with the Assyrians and with the Syrians and the Neo-Hittites. That's important because the Neo-Hittites actually have Arameans in them. So the Neo-Hittites actually would be an invasion of pretty much Arabs, long story short. The Neo-Hittites, not the Hittites, but the Neo-Hittites. The archaeological evidence here to presented dates, especially from the second half of the 8th century BC. That is from the last phase of the history of the Aramean kingdom of Hamath until its destruction in 720 BC by the Assyrians and up to the end of Sargon's reign. So they found a place where they know that the Arameans were definitely there, right? So that someone can't say, oh, it's just written stories. And what are these cultures? Are they real cultures? But no, they actually found real areas of these cultures. The end of the 8th, beginning of the 7th century BC is marked, right? It just talks about pretty much some things, but it lets us know that indeed there's no doubt that those areas would have evidence of exact biblical rephrases, pretty much. So that's important to know that the Arameans, we do know that the Arameans were actually a real society. But notice something also here with Rehoboam. So after Solomon's time, now we're finally here at how the kingdoms divide. So, and Rehoboam went to Shechem, for all Israel were come to Shechem to make him king. So 1 Kings 12 and 1 and 2. And it came to pass when Rehoboam, the son of Nebat, who was yet in Egypt. So you see that man of Israel in Egypt, Africa, heard it, for he was fled from the presence of Solomon, and Jeroboam dwelled in Egypt. So you can see what's going on there. Rehoboam went to Shechem, so it's rephrased in Second Corinthians Chronicles 10:1. And Rehoboam went to Shechem, for to Shechem where all Israel come to make him king. And it came to pass, when Jeroboam the son of Nebat, who was in Egypt, when he fled from the presence of Solomon the king, heard it, that Jeroboam returned out of Egypt. So now you can see he went down, went back up, right? So they got the Israelites got a lot of comfort with Egypt. So notice that important, because the Most High kept telling the Israelites, stop going into Egypt. I took you out of Egypt, don't go back into Egypt, he's saying. But that's what kept happening. Then that caused a major problem for them later on. But what happened was one of the major things. Jeroboam and Rehoboam came together, and this is actually what actually caused the major division of the Israelites. This exact event, when they came together, they was like, "Oh, give us some time." And what happened? Rehoboam, as it says, and the king Rehoboam took counsel with the old men that had stood before Solomon. So Solomon had wise counselors. So Rehoboam, the son of Solomon, was talking to those counselors. All right, so that's important. So as those counselors was there with Solomon while he lived, saying, this is what they said: "What counsel give you me to return answer to this people?" So they asked them and everything. And what did they say? They said to him, this is what the older Israelites were saying: "If you be kind to this people and please them and speak good words to them, they will be your servants forever." Isn't that interesting? But he forsook the counsel which the old men gave, and took counsel with the young men that were brought up with him, that stood before him. Some spoiled individuals that were raised up with Rehoboam during the time of Solomon's rebellion. So remember, Solomon started to turn to idol worshiping, and Rehoboam was seeing all that, and he was raising up with these kids who didn't see David's work and was not counseling Solomon, who was already wise, but these young boys who was with him. And what did they do? They said, be evil and do worse than Solomon, and all these basically things. And what happened? As it says in 2 Corinthians 10:19, and Israel rebelled against the house of David to this day. To this very day. Even this very day, it seems. But as you can see, this is why the kingdom became divided. The kingdom of Israel and Judah, in 1 Kings 12, as you can see, they shrunk. Whatever happened, that division caused them to massively shrink when they divided. Now, Israel may have still ties with Assyria and Syrians and a lot of those nations, because almost all the Israelite kings became evil. When I said they became evil, they were evil. Like, they did evil. Is that because they mixed with the nations? It might be. But it's more because they forsook Jerusalem. Because they were fighting against Jerusalem, they were cut off from the salvation that the Most High had set that was going to be at Jerusalem. That's why it said whoever had a heart to worship God would come to Jerusalem. But whoever would separate and make war with Jerusalem, they will most likely become idol worshipers, because they're cutting themselves off from Jerusalem, which is the place where God said he'll put his name. So here's a family tree. This would be one of the most, this right here is one of the most, like I said, one of the most pinpoint family trees that I've seen when it comes to the information, when looking at like the archaeological information, all this stuff, and comparing scriptures and whatnot. But I think this is the most accurate one right here. The reason why is because the pinpoint accuracy of the ending of the last kings is almost pinpoint important to know what happens to the last captivity of the kings and everything. So that's going to be something that is important to note about, is that actually the king that's taken, the last kings that's taken at the end, where it says Jehoiakim, Jehoiachin, and Zedekiah, happens around an event that is actually around 599 BC. So you can see right there, Jehoiachin, 599 BC. That's a major event because the pinpoint accuracy information of it. Not going to go into it right now. I'll probably put something in the description later on of it. It's a prophecy that gives the information that makes it pinpoint. right? Also linking it with certain kings of real kings, like kings of Assyria, kings of Egypt, kings of Babylon. Is a very pinpoint thing. So let me show you some interesting information. These are undeniable facts. I'm showing. Right? Here's a interesting little highlight.
So the first historical pharaoh to show up in the Bible is Shawshank the First. In fact, Shawshank the First is not just the first historical pharaoh in the Bible, he's the first historical person, period. What I mean by that is that he's the earliest biblical character for whom we have lots of information on from outside of the Bible.
You see why we're doing this? You see why we're doing this? A lot of people, they wouldn't know that all this information is available. And there's way more information than this, but I'm trying to make it short as it's still long though. But as you can see, there's a lot of information on the evidence of the Israelites and everything. So that's going to be kind of important to know of these things. And David, Moses, all those individuals, because if the evidence of their trail is found, then obviously they're real. So it's very important. So as we see, we have to realize that one of the individuals of Rehoboam, he was with one of the individuals of Egypt. So just to kind of make that important, that's what's going to be expressed here. The first kings after Solomon, Rehoboam, and Jeroboam.
Characters like David or Moses or Abraham. Let's start with what the Bible says about him. He is first mentioned in 1 Kings chapter 11, verse 40, in relation to Jeroboam, who is said to have rebelled against King Solomon, and who later became the first king of the northern kingdom of Israel. It says, Solomon sought, therefore, to kill Jeroboam, but Jeroboam promptly fled to Egypt to King Shishak of Egypt, and remained in Egypt until the death of Solomon. So here, Shoshank is called Shishak, a slightly different pronunciation, but so close that together with the matching timeline, there's really no doubt in historians' minds that Shawshank and Shishak are the same person. He's mentioned again a few chapters later in 1 Kings 14, verses 25 and 26, where it says, in the 5th year of King Rehoboam, King Shishak of Egypt came up against Jerusalem. He took away the treasures of the house of the Lord and the treasures of the king's house. He took everything. He also took away all the shields of gold that Solomon had made. So by this point, according to the Bible, Solomon's kingdom had split into two parts, with his son Rehoboam ruling in the south from Jerusalem, and Jeroboam ruling in the north. And
all right. Make sure that sounds all right, because I saw that earlier. I wondered where the sound was missing at, but we'll know. If anything, I'll just do a re-summary real fast. So where are we at now? Let's zoom up real fast. You know how, like, if you're familiar with this channel, our lives are kind of long, but the reason why I go live instead of releasing videos is so that more people are willing to like meet me live and ask questions and stick a little longer, because I notice people stay longer when it's live. What we had went through was a civilization that at first, when we first started, it almost was like, why are we even talking about this civilization? But then we realized they had ties to the Phoenicians and the Sea Peoples, and that they had ties to giants and stuff like that with Goliath. So we had giants going into the lands of the Levant. And then we had talked about how David had fought with giants. And we had expressed how in the Armana letters, it even talks about the ties of those groups of giants. How we point out how the Armana letters talked about how there were 7-foot or 8-foot giants in the lands of Canaan and everything. We talked about the ties with, like I said, the Philistines, the Sea Peoples, and the Phoenicians. We talked about iron, how far ago iron actually goes. Remember, there were iron chariots in the Levant when Israel came out. So iron was being used high in that time, and even Damascus steel was actually being used in Damascus. But David defeated the Syrians and everything. That's something we point out. But first he defeated Goliath and everything. And then what happened? He got him a name. What did he get him a name at? David got him a name when he returned from smiting the Syrians. So remember, in 2 Samuel 8, we know that David had the Syrians under them and everything. So that was something that's very important. But in 2 Samuel 10, the Ammonites, who knew that they were doing evil things and David didn't like them, tried to get the Syrians to fight against David. But then David went at them, destroyed them, and basically brought them to the work of their own hands. But David took a crown off of the head of the king of Ammon and put it on his head. So David had a golden crown with precious stones on his head. And we know that we found a head of a king. We found a head of a king with gold on his head. So we found a head of a king with thick black braids. Well, not braids, locks. Better to say that. Locks. Thick black locks. Right? Locks. Thick black locks that this individual had with a black beard and black eyes. Right? And then we have pointed that out. Black hair and a beard and his black almond-shaped eyes and everything with a golden crown on his head and everything. This individual, right? That we would talk about early. And we have found out that after him, right? Because remember, he fought against the Syrians and brought back what? Horses. That's also important to point out here real fast that when he fought with the Syrians, right? When he went up to Syria and everything, he brought back chariots and horses. So that not only did the Syrians depict David, but they also depict all the evidences of the horses that were brought to Solomon. Because remember, Solomon had a lot of different horses. And we've seen that a lot of different practices of horses started to be in that area. So a lot of like crafting horses and making images of horses and stuff, because a lot of them had horses at that time. They started getting more and more horses. And we found out that all that ties with Assyria and everything. That ties with Syria. So you can see these dots will be where a lot of horses designs were found. And they also were found in the lower areas down here as well. And then we found them in Moab and in Jerusalem. Very, very, very important with that. So you can see that's that land that we was talking about, right? We talked about how it was positioned when the Israelites came out. When the Israelites came out, was going to cut through here and settle in this area, right? Cut through, settle in this area right here, and then fought with the Arameans of Damascus, Assyria, and also fought with the Ammonites and whatnot. And then what happened after the Israelites were settled there, Solomon obviously had enemies rise up against him, right? And they end up settling in Damascus, right? As it says, and they went to Damascus and dwelt therein and reigned in Damascus, right? He was an adversary to Israel all his days of Solomon, besides the mischief that Hadad did. And he abhorred Israel and reigned over Syria. You can see what's going on there. So very important. So Hadad had ties with Edom and Syria. So that's very important to know. And then we've seen some evidence that the Syrians still stayed in that land for a long time, developing to later cultures. Then we've seen the land divide when Rehoboam and Jeroboam came together, and Rehoboam didn't listen to the counselors. He didn't listen to elders, and Israel divided from them because Jeroboam was reigning over the northern tribes and Rehoboam was reigning over the southern tribes. So Jeroboam over the northern tribes and Rehoboam over the southern tribes. And that begins the division of Israel. That begins the division of Israel until their final outfolding. So this is from Useful Charts. They also have charts. This one, you can buy a poster. I don't know if he has a PDF form. I try to see if like he has a PDF that's be able to sell, but this is just from his page, a little picture here. This is just like the family tree. So we was just seeing in summary, what we were seeing was under David. Remember we seen David? What we just seen here was David, right? He had a son, Solomon. Solomon had a son, Rehoboam. And they was fighting against the Arameans and stuff. No, just gonna put it on the side. Sometimes they have it on the side. He need more information. But he was dealing with the Arameans and different things like that, right? And the Jeroboam was in Egypt, but he came out and he was basically going at it with the kingdom of Judah. So kingdom of Israel, Jeroboam, kingdom of Judah, the son of Solomon, Rehoboam. Very, very important. And that starts the first division. And what happens? Many of them do evil. All of Israel does evil. All of Israel. Apparently, in their last end, they do evil. They do bad. But some of Judah does evil, but some do good, right? Asa, Jehoshaphat, Joaz, right? A couple different ones, all the way to Josiah, right? Hezekiah, Manasseh. Well, Manasseh repents. He repented, and Josiah and everything. Those ones, some of Judah does good, but all of Israel does evil. And that's why they're destroyed early. They end up going into captivity at here 720 BC. That's also when that's when Assyria takes Syria. That's also when Assyria takes Syria. At that time, that's when Assyria takes Syria at that time, right? So that's a chart. These are just a couple places where the chart's from and everything. These are just the classic usual charts that you see on like Wiki. The reason why I wanted to show this because these are classic charts that you see on Wiki. You can see 597 on this one, but it's actually 599, 598. That's important to know with that. So note, you'll see like this last one with Jehoiakim when he gets on the throne. Does he get on the throne at 608 or 609? So note 608, 609 BC actually meets 599 to 598 BC, just to kind of get a good understanding of that. I'll just put that as a summary, right? So the events are important when going over these things. But here's, you can see right here, Saul and everything. You can see David with his prophets and everything, Solomon. And then after that comes the division, Judah, Israel, and you're going to get Jeroboam on one side and get Rehoboam on another side. And he did evil. So you can see what happened when he didn't listen to the counselors and whatnot. So if you know the reason why that last one, like I said, this one at the top is what I say will be kind of the most accurate. Now, I don't think any of these are pinpoint accurate, but I think this one will be the most accurate just because of that season right there. But the reason why I also don't think it's exactly accurate because this exact part right here where it says 606, Nebuchadnezzar reigns at first conjointly with Nebuchadnezzar and carries away the Jews to Babylon. Nebuchadnezzar doesn't besiege Jerusalem at 606 BC. That's not when exactly he besieges Jerusalem. He just takes control of the territory from Pharaoh Necho of Egypt. So just like the Bible says, Pharaoh Necho ruled over Jeroboam after killing Josiah, and during the time of Jehoiakim, he was under Pharaoh Necho into the battle of Carchemish, where Nebuchadnezzar takes the control of the Levant. And that's going to be important to know at the time of the battle of Carchemish, which this doesn't really talk about the battle of Carchemish, which is actually important. Very, very, very important. 605 BC, before he takes the area of the Levant. That's just some detail. And, going over those years, you got to know like what's called King's Regnal years, which are kind of important too, but that's another thing. All right, so now the reason why I thought that was important and interesting because at the last three kings, right, Jehoiakim, Jehoiachin, and Zedekiah, they were reigning contemporary, like they were alive together at the same time when Nebuchadnezzar besieged there, and it's almost like it's symbolic prophecy that matches with Zechariah, where it says 11 and 8, 3 shepherds also I cut off in 1 month, and my soul loathed them, and their soul also horrid me. The reason why is because the last 3 kings were also evil. And then Jeremiah wrote a lamentation because they wouldn't listen, and that's when Daniel got taken away and stuff. So that's kind of interesting. And then Obadiah was written, so it's like it was all crazy. But here I'll show you real fast how did the northern tribes fall. So let's end it here, how the northern tribes fell and how Syria fell. So this is actually how they fell. I'll just show a quick reason. They went against the Assyrians. At some point, the Israelites decided to fight with the strong nation of Assyria. And that was a horrible idea. They joined, remember how I said Israel was up there? there's a record that the individual Ahab joined with chariots, 2,000 chariots. Remember, those are war machines. 2,000 chariots with an individual Hadad Ezer of Damascus and other individuals, and they joined in a confederation to fight against Assyria, and they lost. They didn't lose as in getting destroyed, as in slayed, but they lost pretty bad. That they was under some serious tribute after the Assyrians defeated them. But let's point that out real fast. So last piece, as you can see, just this last piece until they leave, pretty much. I could say this part for later. Let's see where we at. 2 hours and 3 hours. All right. We got 3 hours in. You know what? We'll save the rest for another time. We'll save the rest for tomorrow, or y'all willing a little later. We'll touch on this part. So this will have to do with the inner divisions of Israel. So I was going to get into some things and talk about the divisions and what happened, and we'll get into those things. So before we start talking about the division of Amos' world and how Israel was divided and everything, because those do get detailed. Now that I'm realizing this, maybe we should slow down real fast, because 720, we're going to stop at 720. That's where we're stopping at 720 when the Assyrians come there and besiege. So all this is kind of like a ride through. Let's see where we're at. We'll stop at 310. So
Syria was collecting tribute from several.
We'll continue at least to explain when Assyria pops on the map, because Assyria is going to be important for the later phases in what happens later on.
Kingdoms, including cities of the eastern Mediterranean coast as far south as Tyre. At the time, the Assyrians' goal was not to annex these areas, but simply collect tribute and allegiances of vassalage. It was his son and successor, Shalmaneser III, who altered Assyria's western policy to maintain a more sustained presence in the region. Starting in the very first year of his reign, Shalmaneser marched into the Aramaean and Luvian Neo-Hittite areas of what's today northern Syria to face a coalition made up of 4 relatively small kingdoms: Sama'al, Patin, Bitadini, and Carchemish. Though we don't know the specifics of the battle or the number of troops involved, it's clear that Shalmaneser's forces won, and he was able to annex a good deal of territory. Though defeated, the coalition didn't completely disband. In fact, it grew. The next year, Carchemish revolted, as did Bit Adini under its king, Ahuni. Shalmaneser was able to recapture Carchemish, but Bit Adini held out, and the Assyrians laid siege to the city. This continued until the next year, when Shalmaneser was finally able to capture it. He then turned the city into his regional capital, renamed it Kar Shalmaneser, meaning City of Shalmaneser, and repopulated it with Assyrians. As for King Ahuni, he managed to escape. Accomplishing his goal of creating a permanent Assyrian presence in the region, Shalmaneser headed back east to Assyria. Though not in open conflict with Shalmaneser, the kingdoms of Israel and Judah had closely been monitoring the situation of their Aramaean neighbors and knew that it would only be a matter of time before the Assyrian juggernaut would come for them.
All right, so you see what just happened there? Why is this important? Noah's Assyria swept through, right? From Nineveh and all its little areas, and then swept through, covered these little areas, right? And notice who they took, Damascus. So they took the areas, the Syrians, they took Damascus. So the area that was first a long time ago under David's control, but boom, that tie with Syria and Damascus and everything cut off from Israel. But now let's kind of take a look at what happens a little bit down the line of this episode right here, because that's kind of important of what's happening there. So I'm gonna jump a little ahead at what happens down the line right here.
Facing little resistance at Kakar, Shalmaneser burned the town. However, The real challenge would come as he prepared to march further south. There, he faced a massive coalition consisting of 11 kings and whatever resources their kingdoms could muster together. Led by Hadarezer of Aram-Damascus, Irhuleni of Hamath, who had just recently fled his own kingdom, and King Ahab of Israel, it was an impressive force. Though there's no way to confirm his numbers, Shalmaneser in 2 monuments, known as the Kirk monoliths, gives us his estimate of the coalition. It's a pretty long inscription, so I'm just going to break down the numbers by king and kingdom. First, we have 1,200 chariots, 1,200 horsemen, and 20,000 soldiers of King Hadarezer of Damascus. Next, 700 chariots, 700 horsemen, and 10,000 soldiers of King Irhuleni of Hamath, which is pretty impressive considering that he just lost the rest of his kingdom to Shalmaneser a short while before the battle. Then we have 2,000 chariots and 10,000 soldiers of King Ahab of Israel. Other notable mentions include King Matinu of the Phoenician city of Arvad and a force of 1,000 camel cavalry from Gindibu of Arabia, the latter being the first Arab ever to be mentioned in written history. Again, I have to stress that one can't confirm these numbers, and we also have to take into account that these are Shalmaneser.
All right, so what's important about this is that we know that Shalmaneser of the Syrians were fighting against Israelites and Arameans. So this is really interesting because that ties not only the biblical narrative together, but history, right? So we see that the Assyrians were fighting against soldiers and chariots and stuff and cavalry, right? But we know the Israelites, they didn't just have only soldiers. He didn't say that they only had soldiers, like some places only had soldiers. He said they had 2,000. In fact, the Israelites were the strongest of them all. It said the Israelites had the strongest cavalry. I mean, the strongest amount. They had 10,000 soldiers and 1,000 chariots. Now, that's coming close to Damascus. They had a little more, but they had 2,000 chariots. They didn't have any horsemen. It looks like Israel didn't have any horsemen. But Damascus and Israel were powerful. These two had some powerful amounts there. They had together 3,000 chariots and over 30,000 plus men and plus some horsemen. So that's obviously evidence of a kingdom. In the bronze, and right after the Bronze Age and Iron Age. So Israel was a kingdom, fighting against kingdoms, aligning with kingdoms. That can't be denied. It says in 1 Kings 16 and 21, then were the people of Israel divided into 2 parts. Half of the people followed pretty much one individuals and made of king, and half followed Omri. But the people that followed Omri prevailed against the people that followed this other person, whatnot. That's just for the upper tribes, the northern tribes and everything. They had some other divisions happening. So that's very important. That happened in the time of Asa, king of Judah, began Omri to reign over Israel and everything and whatnot. And he brought he bought the hill Samaria. So now you can see, where did the northern tribe get the name Sumerians from? Why are they Sumerians? Right? Because he bought Samaria from an individual and whatnot, and called the name of the city which he built after the name of Shamar, owner of the hill, Samaria. So he called it Samaria. So that's why the northern tribe is called Samaria. So that's something that's also important to know about the difference between Judah and Samaria. So Samaria, the Samaritans and all that, those would be actually the northern tribes of Israel. And Judah, the Jews, Benjamin, Levi, some of the other tribes that would join with Judah, those would be over here in Jerusalem, the Jews. So that's very important. So you ever heard that saying, the Good Samaritan? That's why, because they were divided. So if someone's a Good Samaritan, it's like your enemy being nice to you, pretty much. But not that is your enemy, because you're still brothers. But here's some evidence of some of the residents in the areas of Aram-Damascus, right? This just lets us know that Aram had different ties. We know that Aram, remember how I talked about they had ties with Abraham and whatnot? See, 17 BC, we know that there was a mention of a Terah in the lands of Mari and whatnot, if you know. But it also talks about in other places and everything. It talks about some things and whatnot. But close that. This is just some interesting. This is just of that map and everything, what the land will look like. And we already looked at this, but that's the division. And then you got Aram-Damascus, right? They was in ties with Israel and everything. They had joined together at some points, but they messed with the wrong one. At this time, they messed with Assyria, and that was on the slope of their destruction. That's the slope of the destruction of Assyria, of Israel. So that's something that's kind of important to note on this. Here's some evidence of kings. This is just some evidence of kings and everything. This is a quick, fast mention of evidence of kings. We got Jeroboam, right? Altar of Jeroboam that's found and everything, right? It goes to 931 BC. All this is just evidences of those kings. You got the black obelisk that's mentioned, Israelites. All this on here is evidence of Israelites. That's what you're seeing here. Everything that you're seeing here is evidence of Israelites. I'm not gonna go over them right now, but I just want to show you that there is a lot of evidence of different Israelites, right? Different Israelites and kings all around and stuff, right? So it lets you know what verses they're from, exact alignments with verses and everything. So there's a lot of different finds in different areas. Show one more piece right here. So you can see they got some ancient finds and everything, but that's connecting kings with ancient stuff to let you know that the kings of Israel align with scripture. All of it aligned with scripture. But notice what it says: thus says the Lord, for 3 transgression of Damascus, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because they have threshed Gilead with the threshing instruments of iron. So there's also a law that says if you're killing one with iron, that's against the law. But obviously they were outside nations, but the Most High still didn't like that. But I will send a fire into the house of Hazael, which shall devour the palace of Ben-Hadad. And I will break the bars of Damascus and cut off the inhabitants of the plain of Avain, or Avain is also used in a way of sin, the plain of sin. And him that holds the scepter in the house of Eden. So Eden, the scepter in the house of Eden, basically saying those who root all the way back to the beginning. So he said he cut off the ruler from the house, the oldest place. So Damascus is actually very ancient, right? The land of Levant has some of the oldest cultures. And the people of Syria shall go into captivity to Kir. Where's Kir? Moab, says the Lord. Okay, very, 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 very deep on that. But here's the migration. Next is basically one of the Assyrian rulers, Tiglath-Pileser, and he moves down to Damascus, takes Damascus, and goes through, and you know what happens, right? Right here, look at the sweep in 733 BC. He's campaigning against Israel. So he's campaigning against Israel. He takes the nation of Israel, and he also takes Sidon. So that's something that actually happens. And Judah is basically like they're witnessing all these things. But first the Syrians take Aram of Damascus. Then they take Israel in 720. But this is like a first invasion that really hits them really hard. But Sargon is the one at his time. That's when the Israelites are going. So this is time of Amos, 760 BC. So Amos was prophesying right before Israel fell. So right before this time. So you can get a good idea. Look at Israel with its ties with Damascus. At this time, they would be tied together. That's why they fought against the Assyrians together, right? There's Ammon, right? But Judah's right at the bottom, right there. You can see that. That's something that's kind of interesting. And this is kind of like a quick highlight. It's pretty much just looking at this little map right here. It's just an idea of where the prophets were, where some of the prophets and holy men were and whatnot. So we know Daniel, Ezekiel was over here in Babylon, right? They left the lands of Israel. And we know that other individuals will be in different places, right? So I thought that was kind of interesting with those things in Obadiah. I thought that was kind of interesting when you think about that. But notice something that's I think it's interesting when you think about the ties of how you say the Syrians and the Hittites, because remember we were talking about the Syrians and their Damascus steel and stuff. It says there's a striking contrast between the lions of a certain area and the lions of another area, pretty much the lions of Nimrod and areas of Assyria and the areas of the Hittites. It says about the lions of the area of the Hittites, Syro-Hittites, model and everything. But this is what it says. It says that pretty much as a comparison with a lion from those different areas, they basically show ties. Long story short, kind of tie that together. All these that you're seeing here are basically witnessing that, looking at all these different gates, there's a uniformal culture tie with these. As it says, the cultural tools to achieve this reconstruction could not be the same as those in the late Bronze Age, namely states centered on a capital city ruled by a king living in a palace with officials to assist him and means of propaganda consisting of inscriptions and works of art glorifying the king. Or not. And it says, in particular, cases of Tel Hamar, the task was made easier by the fact that about 20 kilometers to the north of the site, the certain area, which is actually going to be in the area of the Hittites, Carchemish, from which the Hittites had ruled all North Syria, had passed through the crisis with much less damage than many other city-states in the region because of the Bronze Age collapse. It's saying that this area of Carchemish still had those Neo-Hittites, and they will have ties with this creation. It says, at that time, monumental inscriptions at Carchemish were written in Lawan, I'm surprised that weird, and art style Syro-Hittite. So remember, the Syro-Hittites, they're basically Syrians that go into the Hittite area. So that's important to know that the Hittites and the Syrians had ties because of the culture. As it says, lion erected at pretty much at these different sites, and also with Shalmaneser. So that's connecting Assyria. Pretty much what it's doing is connecting Hittites, Assyria, and Syria. So all those areas are connected because the Assyrians were not. So the evidence of these things connect the Assyrians with the Hittites and with with Syria. So that's like evidence of that culture moving and settling in all those areas. That's kind of interesting and important. But the region is the region of Aram or Syria. So that's why I was showing some of that. So you can see in this area, they also would have ties to what was up there, the Hittites and the Assyrians. So you can see the Assyrian Empire reaching into there. Probably would have had some effects on them, a lot of effects on them and whatnot. All right. So we'll end it on this last piece. So remember, we was looking at the genetics early on. I want to mention this real fast because I thought this was kind of interesting. Let me make sure I didn't open this little thing real fast for those the information on those lion gates and whatnot, right? Syria, right? Connecting different lands and whatnot. When it's talk about those gates, so connecting different parts of lands, just a quick scroll just to show. It would just talk about connections of Arameans and Assyrians and Hittites and everything, just to kind of summarize that quickly. So that's just talking about basically, indeed, there's evidence of pretty much, as it says, the encounter between the Assyrians and Arameans seen from Tel Hamar can be viewed as follows. At the end of the late Bronze Age, the collapse of pretty much, the Bronze Age collapse, whatnot, and it just goes on and talks about pretty much, indeed, there was unrest along the Euphrates River and everything. Until, long story short, the Arameans settle there, and then the Assyrians take it. So that's just a way to describe it. As it says right here, things changed in the course of the 8th century BC, right? Accelerated under Sennacherib. That's what we was just looking at. King Sennacherib of Assyria reigned in the 8th century and early 7th century. right? Before Tiglath-Pileser comes in the other ones that take the area in the 7th century BC. So it lets us know that indeed there's evidence of those ties, of that culture tie in that area, the Assyrians, right? But notice something about E1B1B. Why I say E1B1B, because I believe the Israelites are E1B1A. I also believe that E1B1B has ties with them, but I do believe that they would be the earlier Shemitic cultures in there. But I do believe that other groups will have ties with groups. I'll talk about ties after this. Finally, E1B1B, previously E3B, shows the highest, right? The highest concentration in North Africa and Berber-speaking population. So Egypt, Morocco, Tanzania, I would probably say that weird, but that's just telling you that indeed in modern times we see that E1B1B is in those areas. It says it showed significant variability in frequency frequently among the Levantan region. So it says E1B1B also shows that it was in Levantan regions, in Lebanon, 12% in Syria, and 26% in Akkad, and 23% in Jordan. So Akkad, Mesopotamia, Syria, Lebanon, I think that these would be the ancient Syrians. And that's why we were showing early on basically some of the evidences of basically the earlier lineages in the lands of Syria and Akkad, right? That E1B1B group, E1B1B1, that was in the lands of Akkad. I believe that they would be the original Semitic groups, whatnot. But as you can see, they're settled in the area of Syria, Lebanon, Akkad, right? Remember Euphrates and everything. And they will also be settled in a lot of those areas, obviously, without a doubt. It says a historical event that spread E1B1 to Iberia most likely occurred through the Strait of Gibraltar. Probably said that weird. Gabiri. I'm probably said it. I'm gonna try it. It pretty much drew one of the areas. The strait is from Africa to Spain, right? Iberia. Gibraltar. I'm not gonna try to pronounce it, but pretty much going through that area of Africa, through that water, going into Spain, pretty much. Some people call it the Pillars of Hercules. Is another way to put it. But they know that they were there with the Umayyad Caliphate, and we had talked about this before that E1B1B were the original Arabs, right? They would have ties with Arameans, Syrians, areas of Mesopotamia, but they also were the original Arabs. That's important to understand. I had talked about it before that their line could have ties with the Ishmaelites and Midianites and whatnot. Some try to say they're Edomites. I don't think they're Edomites. I think that E1B1C are Edomites, but I think this one would be more like the Arabs, Arameans, Syrians, and things like that. And early ties with Israelites, with E1B1A. The E1B1 groups are going to be the Semitic groups. It just says this distinction between Arabic and Berber, because remember, those are both Afro-Asiatic, pools of E1B1, right, in North Africa was highlighted by a study conducted in populations from Morocco and different areas. Whatnot. You can see their ties and everything. But it says E1B1 frequently pretty much just talks about what happened. Frequency. Considered in the light of the haplotype diversity suggests an early, now notice what it says, where the E1B1B came from, right? Because we can point out the facts. It says an early migration from the Levant into Africa. So where did E1B1B come from? From the Natufian. But it came from the Levant after the PPNB into Africa. That is consistent with a limited gene flow into Africa, followed by a rapid expansion later, punctured by some back migrations as a result of migratory events in the Mediterranean, right? According to this model, the E1B1B1 frequency, right? When it talks about all those things, it says between the coastal Levant and inland Levant would reflect an origin and expansion near the coast and limited migration inland. You see what it's saying there? Is letting us know that E1B1B actually has a back migration into Africa. So that means E1B1 has to be looked at carefully. Why? Because let's kind of get a look at this Natufian DNA. You can see a good understanding when we get a little understanding on the early roots of these lines where they were at. What we actually notice when you look at a lot of these lines, E is the highest group of Arabians. Here's Saudi Arabia. Here's Yemen with the E groups. So Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, right? There's a Syrian Arabian Arab Republic. So Syrian Arab Republic, Iraq, right? Eden, that's Eden land, Iraq, right? Remember, you got Iran, under Iran is Iraq. You got Kuwait, you got Saudi Arabia, you got Egypt, right? Wasn't Ishmael part Egyptian? Was his mother Egyptian? Lebanon, right? You can see that. Yemen. I think also, like I said, E1B1 became Jotanites, right? That's very important. Yemen. No doubt I would probably find them in where? Also in, if I find them in Yemen and I find them in Arabia, I will also find them in Ethiopia going down Punt. So that's very important. I will find them going down into Punt, right? Pass into the areas of those areas because they're Shemites. You got to find out the real movements of these groups, whatnot. So very, very interesting. Just to show you those Semitic families, right? Those Semitic families. Jordan, Palestinian territory, and everything. Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Arab, United Arab Emirates. All right, so that's right there. So United Arabs, these are, so Palestinian territory, Italy, Sicily, right? Iraq, obviously, in these areas. So this is a line that we see with the Syrians and the Arabs and in areas of, how you say, Euphrates. So you see that? You see that this is all E groups. E groups, all these, you can see all these are E groups. All these are E groups, all of them. That's why it's important to connect the root fossils, the Natufian culture, to their origin. As it says, this actually is a group that has a back migration or not. So very, very important with that. So I wanted to point that out with that. So but we also know that those cultures have mixed groups. I don't believe that they're all E1B1. I don't believe that all the Syrians are E1B1, but I believe that the original Syrians would have been E1B1. The original sons of Abraham would have been E1B1. But some of the group cultures that would have been in that area would have probably merged with those groups. Israel merged with the Syrians, right? You just seen how the Israelites had no problem with helping Aram-Damascus become merged with Aram-Damascus and was helping them, right? They were brothers, right? It's very important. You got to get understanding on that. Why do you think they served under David, right? That's very, very important. And then what happened later on? So E1B1 are rooted no brothers of one father line. P2, notice P2. So rooted to the area of Natufian to PPNB cultures in Syria, down the Fertile Crescent. Let's do one more thing real fast. I thought this little highlight was important. What happens later on? They later, like I said, you see they were going to go into Africa, right? That group was going to go into Africa. I want to read this interesting note from one of the finds from Dante Fortin, and I'm going to show you something that is going to be important to note. Watch what it says here. The fact that the Hebrew rolls of books of the Old Testament still extend among Black Jews of Malabar. So you see what it says, Black Jews of Malabar, who proved by an example now in my possession and everything, when he talks about some of those things and everything. So it's letting you know that, as it says, when it talks about that whole race of Hebrews, as we see at the present day in the insurance of black and white Jews of Kohen. So you heard that, black and white Jews. You just hear that, black and white Jews. Isn't that kind of interesting? Keep that noted, because I'm going to show you something. All right, so you see what it says? It is also known that while the white Jews, right, deduced their origins from colonists who fled thither from Jerusalem upon the destruction of the city of the temple by Titus, the black Jews claimed descent from Israelites of the captivity placed in the Malabar, originally by Nebuchadnezzar. So you see, black Jews sent away by Nebuchadnezzar, and then white Jews sent away during the 70 AD siege. Why would Jews look white during 70 AD? Were they starting to mix with some of the nations around? Let me show you something. Here's a special find that I found from an individual named Woodward, Keith Woodward. I'm trying to say that about Keith. I said that. Look at how he looks. What haplogroup do you think he is? Let me zoom in so we can get a good look at this individual. What haplogroup do you think this individual is? What haplogroup? If you had to guess a haplogroup, what haplogroup do you think this individual is? Right here. What haplogroup do you think he is with this yellowish red hair? What haplogroup do you think he is? Let me tell you what haplogroup he is. This was on a picture that I posted a long time. A note I posted a long time ago, and I just want to see who was all like E1, B1A and stuff like that. But this individual, it says, this is interesting. This is an interesting discussion, since I, being Caucasian, have a parental ancestry to the Berbers from Iberia. My haplogroup is E-M2. My haplogroup is E-M2 by DNA. This individual has this haplogroup. This individual has this haplogroup. The one that I said was the lines of the Israelites. And this is why I said pigmentation is not a representation of a people group, because the life, it is in the blood. As Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob says, you are what your father says you are. So also autosomal mixes. Sometimes that happens. So that's one of the biggest things that I want to mention. Let's be careful on judging someone white or black, because someone white or black can be a Jew. You never know. Right? So this was something that I showed early on. This is a reading. Did I read from this? I probably should read. Well, why this? This is where this came from. This is where this came from, pretty much. I have this book real fast, if I recall. I have it. Yes, right here. So just to show you that what I was quoting to you, what I was quoting to you is from real books, Israel and Egypt and all that stuff right here. That's what this came from right here, from this. One primeval language trace experimentally through ancient inscriptions and alphabetic characters of lost powers from the 4 continents, including the voice of Israel from the rocks of Sinai and the vestiges of patriarchal traditions from the monuments of Egypt, Etura, and the Southern Arabia, Volume 3. You see that? And what do they say? As we see, one more time, we see black Jews of Malabar. They had the Old Testament scrolls, and we see that those ones of Malabar was taken by Nebuchadnezzar. So black Jews, right, claimed descent from Israelites from the captivity during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, Malabar. I point this out, right? White and black Jews. White and black Jews. Very interesting. So this is where that quote was copied from, right here. So if you want to see a little more of that, Somewhere here. Yeah. But pretty much it was called from here, the screenshot. I'm not gonna look for it right now. But that's where it came from. There. That individual, M2. Bet you never seen that before. I never seen it. Thought it was interesting. I had to share it. But remember that makes sense because if you've seen the video we did called The Jew, right? I was pointing out that pigmentation is not a representation of a people group. Though most of the pigmentation could have a certain haplogroup, a certain phenotype, but that doesn't mean that they always have that same phenotype. Look at that individual. That individual also has M2, him. He has M2 as well. So M2 can look like this, or this, or this, or this, or these, or they could look like this. So M2 could look like this. So instead of going around calling everyone Esau and stuff like that, we got to be careful that now we are evolved and wiser generation than before. So let us examine the actual evidences and the actual sources and bring those receipts. So if someone says they're Esau, make sure they bring a receipt of their genetic results. If they don't have their genetic results, then how are they going to say they're Esau? Right? They might be Israelites, white or black Israelites. Just might be. Right? Just might be. Now let's talk about something real fast. Where those Israelites go? I think they have ties to the cities because they go down. The Israelites, like I said, the ones during the time of Nebuchadnezzar, a lot of them go north, some of them go south. Here's some that go north. The first cities are thought to have arrived in India in 628 AD. The reason why is because you got to also link them with the Marsh Arabs, and you also have to link them with the Afro-Iranians and Afro-Iraqians, because the cities and the areas of Pakistan, which have E1B1 lineages, E1B1A lineages, those ones that have moved were during the conquest of the Jews in Arabia by the Islamic invasions. So when Islam rose up, when Muhammad rose up, he persecuted the Jews, right? And he pushed them out of the areas of Arabia. Some went down into Abyssinia, I spoke about this before, and some of them went upwards and became groups like the cities, settled in these little areas. This is going to be kind of important. And it says right here, now this is just like an extra, I'm just going to do this just to get a little understanding after we just talked about. This continues on with all these things and whatnot, and then understanding how some got in Africa and how the facts of E1B1 also migrated into the areas of Africa. As we had talked about, it was first in the Levant, as we had talked about, right? Real fast. Here's another E1B1 line, how they moved into some areas, and gotta be careful on who you link them with. So the later group was believed to have been soldiers with Muhammad bin Qasim, Arab army, and were called Zanjins. So that's what they were called. So some of the first ones were called Zanjins. So you can see right here, Zanjins, part of that said Arab army, right? And they'll say that they had ties to the groups of Bantu, which we also point out Bantu go to the Levant 2,000 years ago. Remember that? We pointed that out, that Bantu have links to Levant 2,000 years ago. That's important. So that's a little information on this. This is just about the ties of groups. What we actually know is that the groups down here in this area also had trade ties with all these areas. They had trade ties with all these areas. That's what actually this is actually trade ties with all those areas. As it says, other places that traded with pretty much some of the coast, that coastal area was Egypt, Greece, Rome, Assyria, Samaria, Phoenicia, Arabia, Somalia, and Persia. You can see right there. So it's letting you know that in Africa, Ben had trades with nations outside of his area. So rough guide to this right here. So that's really important because that's kind of telling us about the connections. As it says, trade along the Eastern African African coast started as early as the 1st century AD. Bantu farmers, who are considered the initial settlers within the region, build communities along the coast. These farmers eventually started trading with traders from Southeast Asia, Southern Arabia, and sometimes Roman Greece. So you see what's going on there? I guarantee you won't find a E1B1A in the Bantu culture in the BC timeframe. I guarantee it, because we went to the depth of it. As it says right here, notice those groups. The royal family of Janjira were Sidis, also known as Habashi, assumed to be from Abyssinia. So remember he said that? That's important to know that Jews went into Abyssinia. You can find it out. It's very, very easy to find out that Jews went into Abyssinia. That's very important. But this is actually talk about some of those groups here. So this is actually going to be very important on the ties. So I'll put this in the description if someone wants to get deeper in it. The reason why is because, like I said, it ties Arabia, areas of Arabia, and areas over here. You can see with the Maccas and stuff, the camels and stuff, it will tie this area to this area and this area, even with all these areas. You can see even Timbuktu, Babylon and Timbuktu, right? You ever heard that? Babylon and Timbuktu? Why would they have connections? Look at that route. Notice where that connects to. If the Israelites took this route right here, could they have walked this route and went down, escaped some of the troubles of Rome, right? What about in Arabia? When they got taken from here and they became the cities, and they became some of the groups over here, and then also had ties into Ethiopia's Abyssinia over here. That's kind of important to know about all these ties. If you want to know about like some of those documents, yes, we have documents about the Israelites in that time frame being persecuted by the Mohammedans, going down to Abyssinia and up into other places. That's very important. Very, very important. But that is important for tying those areas together, as you can see here. So that's going to tie those areas together. So camel, the animals of the past and present and future, right? So they follow that evidence and found out that makes sense, right? To make sense of those migrations. Based on basically some of the studies and everything, and looking at some of the camels and whatnot during the time of BC, right? Because you're wondering why I'm looking at this stuff, right? It's still looking at BC time frame information, but it's going on and it's letting you know a little bit information about certain domesticated animals, but it lets you know about them, where they were domesticated. It says after their domestication on the Arabian Peninsula, small numbers of these certain camels, I don't know how you 100% say Darnies, they're certain camels, arrived in Mesopotamia, and from there were probably introduced into Northeast Africa via the Sinai. So you see what's going on there? So it's saying that even in Bronze Age, some from Arabia, even animals of Arabia, went down into Africa and into Mesopotamia, right? Possibly starting in the first millennium BC. Large herds in northern Africa appeared only during the 4th and 7th millennium BC, CE, AD, right? So it's letting you know about some of the migrations down there, where their adoption into local economies may have been slowed and everything. It just talks about some other routes. Introduction into Africa might have involved a transfer from the south of the Arabian Peninsula by boat. So remember we talked about Solomon having boats on the Red Sea and everything, and further north across the Red Sea to Egypt. So that's something that's also important to note. That's from this right here. This is just kind of interesting because, you know, migrations are always interesting to note. So you can see right here with the camel, we're saying that, you know, they would have had ties in these areas, but also went down to Africa, right? So that's something that's important. So you can see right here from Damascus, right? Remember we had some that went up to this area and also across, and some that went actually down across the areas of Africa. So that's kind of interesting to note. All right. And then this last one right here. As you can see, was it connecting Damascus, Babylon, the areas of the Edomites, and Mecca, and all those different areas. That's just interesting connections for, like I said, the movement of that early settlements in the area. So this is just something that I'll just throw here for later, another note for later. But it lets us know where some of those ancient breeds went. But also, what's the word I'm looking for? Also, that it had territory in Africa. So that breed had territory in these areas and also in Africa. You know what's interesting? Take a look at this design. Notice something about this design. Doesn't this kind of look familiar? That little design. It looks like the Natufian map movements of where the Natufian kind of settled at. Because at first, if you look at his homeland, it would look kind of like that in his little homeland and everything. But they actually went to a lot of different places. They end up going even to the areas right here. They went into these areas. That's where E1 B1 B actually went, into these areas. It looks kind of like this, where the camels went. All right. So I thought that was kind of interesting when you kind of get a little look at where E1 B1 B went and other E1 groups, why they might have migrated into those areas and how early, and would that make sense even for like the biblical narrative. And yes, look at that road, connects to all these roads, right? Even to this area. So that's very important to note. All right, so with that, that's what I got for today. So quick summary, we actually got to this note. I'm surprised. And we'll do a little summary. I was gonna cut short, but we'll end it at the 4 hour mark. So we'll take like 20 minutes of the summary. We're not. All right, let's see. This man who can pass. Isn't that interesting? Yup. There's a Middle East man who can pass from modern day Arab who carry E1B1A instead of typical E1B or J. Yup. That's really interesting. That's always interesting. That's why E1B1A has to be looked at very carefully, because few people will actually know if they really do have E1B1A, and they might root to somewhere they wouldn't even expect. They wouldn't even expect. The areas are where they should be. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that, family? Isn't that interesting? Because you know what? You know what's interesting about that real fast? Let me open this up. You know what's interesting about that real fast? I had pointed this out before when I had went over this, that it seems to me it seems that once you look at the actual like movements of the Bronze Age and Iron Age, the places where we find them today makes perfect sense. Like for someone to say the Israelites are in Africa, the Israelites developed in Africa, right? Remember, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they rest in the tomb of the patriarchs. So we shouldn't find any earlier evidence of pinpoint Israelites before the Israelites in Africa, in the African belt, the African plate. So that's a great observation that you made there. And that's why we did this, to point that out, that the Israelites' movements into the areas of Africa and their involvement in the Levant makes perfect sense, because they were southern Levant. The Israelites were in southern Levant, and they end up migrating into the areas of Africa, which makes perfect sense for the earliest movements. Let me just point out something on this thing real fast. All right. So I'm gonna show these last two quick videos real fast. So if you want to know why I was pointing out E1B1 as the Shemitic groups, most people know about this video, but I'm gonna play this so we can get up this reminder.
There are groups that make claims for E1B1A being a founding haplogroup among Semitic groups. Is E1B1A found in high frequencies among Semitic populations like J1? Would the ancient Arabians and Syrians and the Israelites have had high percentages of E1B1A within their populations in antiquity?
Yeah, they did, but they also had J1. So this is my opinion. So take that for what it is. I think that J1 and J2 probably were not, and I'm going to say Afroasiatic because, you know, like the Egyptians spoke non-Semitic language, but it was Afroasiatic, like more closely related to that of the Amazigh people, the Berbers, right? So North Africa had a different branch before the Semitic, whatever. So I'll say Afroasiatic, Semitic, and whatever the other groups like Tuareg and stuff. So it looks like the Natufians had it. It looks like there was a massive admixture between Western and Eastern Levant, Middle Eastern people, probably before 3000 BC, but after, let's say after like 8000 BC, somewhere like in prehistory, there was a genetic exchange, and the J's, J1, J2, seem to show up during that exchange in the Levant and the western part of the Middle East. I don't think Afroasiatic languages are from Western Iran, which is where they would come from. Therefore, I don't think. Also, like you find J2 and J's in Europe and in India, and obviously, and that's not due to Semitic migration, right? So they're ancient lineages that are in like the Indus Valley civilization, and what. Excuse me. So I think E is probably more likely to be Afroasiatic, and they had high frequencies in Arabians, Syrians, and Israelites.
All right, so you got that. So Israelites are going to be Semitic. Semitic comes from Afro-Asiatic. That's important. And E1B1 has a high portion in Arabians, Syrians, and Israelites. So that's why we go with the facts. And let's note here, interesting migration real fast on this little thing. Remember how he was pointing out that African map and everything? I'll put this in the description afterwards, but this is just an illustration of evidences of movements as you see after the invasion. As you see, remember we talked about the Assyrians attacking the northern tribes of Israel, and the northern tribes of Israel ending in 722 BC. Some of them left this area, so they was besieged. Some of them went up, but some of them left and fled down Egypt down into these areas where Yoruba are. Became some of the groups, as it says in Jeremiah 17:4. You shall forget your heritage, right? They shall forget their heritage, right? That's just a summary of Jeremiah 17:4. But that's where they went. They went down into the areas of there. Maybe we'll go into that, into these movements. But notice that, doesn't that look familiar? Right? There's that route. Maybe we'll talk about that route right there, right? That's that route that we were just talking about, that the Israelites could have easily swept through this area and went right down into Timbuktu, into a lot of these different areas after the invasions in these areas, right? Not saying all of them, but a nice portion of them that could have developed into a large group because they had iron. If they had iron already and went down here where they didn't have iron, guess what they would have did in the Bronze Age and up to the Iron Age? They would have conquered that area, and they would have became the largest portion down there. And guess what we see down there? If you notice how we went over this many times before, E1B1 groups replaced A and B groups down there. That's highly overlooked. But as you can see right here, that's where they actually went down there. How do we know? There are multiple sources of Jews in Africa, right? I can just type, let's just type one real fast just to show. Let me show one. That's the show one. All right, so Jews in Africa, right? You can get a lot of evidence of Jews in the areas of Africa. And that's important to know that we have a lot of evidence of Jews in Africa and whatnot. Let me point out one of them. Cameroon. This one is interesting. Let me see which one I want to point out. Remember the Limba? You got the Limba, right? The Limba, and they say they speak Bantu, right? They can easily speak Bantu, right? They can pick up a language. But I believe more of the Vinda, right? Rimba individuals and whatnot. All right. So maybe we'll do a list. Maybe we'll do a list later of all the Jews of Africa and whatnot. There's a lot. There's a lot to know about, and the evidence of his migration, right? All right. So with that, family, what we did today, this is what we did today. Let me see what we got. All right. This is what we did today. What we did today is at first we started with Joshua, and we talked about how Joshua was dealing with Canaanites and with giants. And then we talked about how a lot of the lands had giants and different nations around. We also talked about some of the genetic mixtures that were first in Sardinia and then had left that area and went into basically the Levant and mixed with some of the cultures in the area of the Levant. We had talked about the importance of some of the different SNPs in that area. For example, R1b V88 almost looks like its brother lineage, R-M29, but it's going to be a little different. It's going to be kind of different. And they're going to settle in different areas. As we see, the two major present-day Sardinian haplogroups, R1b M269 and E-M215, are absent from those Sardinian ones in the later Sea People invasions. But we also know that there were certain SNPs that were there, like I2, G2, R1b V88, and higher portions. Those are going to be IJK children, GHIJK children. And then we also talked about how we had evidence of those giants. Remember, we talked about how even in the letters of the Egyptians, they talked about how they seen giants and everything. When they talked about they were like 8 foot tall and everything, 8 foot tall giants. And we had talked about the evidence of pretty much the lands of the Levant, what was there. We also talked about the Phoenician ties, the Philistine ties to the Syrians. We also talked about the creation of metals, of iron, where the iron come from, and what is steel, right? What is steel and everything. And then we talked about David, the evidence of David, how David fought with Goliath and everything. We know that's a true thing. And then that the evidence of the Syrians may have seen David and made him in a description with a giant crown on his head and with thick black locks and black eyes and a black beard, black hair and whatnot that we had seen. And we know that because scripture that we seen David went to basically Syria, and he also took the crown off of the head of the Ammonites. So he took the crown off the head of the Ammonites and everything. So that combination of Ammon and the Syrians brings that picture to life, that crown on David's head, right, with a diadem and whatnot. And you also can see that we know the Ammonites were a real culture that developed at that time and everything that David had went against, and the Syrians, we put in a tribute. We also talked about the land, of how the land looked during the time of Solomon and what lands he had ties with his trades and everything, as the scriptures say, right? Getting that gold of Ophir, right? Is that Arabia or Africa? Gold of Ophir. I think it's Africa, honestly. And also we can see that Solomon had horses. Remember, he got horses from all over. And we've seen that at that time, Syria and Israel were making crafts of horses. A lot of at that time in the Iron Age, right? The Iron Age, that's when they started to craft horses and chariots and stuff and whatnot. It was the Syrians that seemed like they had first those horses, because that's where David got his horses from Mesopotamia, from Euphrates. Remember, David got those chariots from the Syrians. That's the first time Israel got chariots. And then Solomon had chariots after that. Then we also went over the territory of the land and everything. Don't forget those Jotanites, right? A lot of people forget those Jotanites. Very important to find Israelites in the corner of Yemen and Abyssinia, Ethiopia. So family ties of Israelites. So that's why E1B1 is important, right? Then we talked about basically some people who rose up against Solomon and the evidence of them, of the Syrians later on, and then the division of Israel. We talked about the divisions of Israel and how that happened. We talked about the pinpoint, exact divisions of prophets and kings and stuff, right? Which ones lived at which time. That's why I posted this one here for accurate assumption of those kings. Then we went over the first king of the division, which is Rehoboam and Jeroboam. So the first king of the division of Israel. We seen that. I also put this little thing here. I mean, I probably didn't point it out, but this just talks about certain kings of Judah. So I thought this was an interesting list. A lot of people like the different translations, like ESV and stuff like that. I like how the KJV sounds, but you got nothing wrong with studying other translations. But it shows you where those kings are talked about at. And then we point out the family tree. And we pointed out how after the time of Assyria's rise, well, let me rephrase that. After the time that Israel was there, Assyria rised up and took Syria, right? So after the time that after the time that Syria rised, Assyria besieged Syria and took Aram-Damascus. And then it came down and took Israel in 722 BC. Assyria took Israel in 722 BC. Judah was taken in 598 officially. It's total completion of Judah being taken the first time in 598. But 722 BC was when the northern tribes was taken. So that's going to be very important. We also had, remember, we talked about the evidence of the tribes of Israel, the kingdoms of Israel, and how powerful they was. Look at how much chariots Israel had with Damascus. They were working together fighting against Assyria and lost because Assyria was too strong. Then Tiglath-Pileser came down and destroyed the northern tribes. And that was a warning that Amos was also speaking about and other prophets were warning about. Then we talked about basically where Assyria was settled at and everything. Then we talked about the exile of the black and white Jews, right? Remember that? That's why we gather all people, right? Because you need to see this stuff. You need to see this stuff. But we know that the black Jews also had the Torah, ancient Old Testament and stuff. They had some scrolls with them and everything. They were contested. But the black Jews also would be the groups that left from Nebuchadnezzar. And the white Jews will be the ones that left from the second temple. So you might have white and black Jews, as we have seen, right? As we have seen. So, and then we had talked about the evidence of where those Jews might have migrated. They could have migrated in many different areas, many different areas. And most of them was mainly in Africa. So that's something that's important, especially Egypt. That's where a place that Israel constantly kept fleeing into. Israel's favorite spot to flee into was Egypt. So Egypt had two roads, as you can see. You either can go east or you can go west, right? So that's important. So with that, family, as you can see, there's a lot of evidence of your heritage in the deep roots of the biblical narrative, right? So with that, if you have any other questions, speak now or tell these nations forever hold your peace. So with that, family, be blessed, be beloved,